The story begins not in the dusty corridors of ancient ruins, but in the silence between history's written lines. Throughout every age, whispers have carried a single haunting idea, that once, long before our recorded history began, humanity possessed knowledge so profound it could alter the very foundations of civilization. Yet today, almost nothing of it remains. The question that should shake us all is, why? Why? Across continents and millennia, has human knowledge been erased, rewritten, or hidden from view? Every empire has risen with wisdom, then fallen into oblivion. Ancient scripts vanish in flames. Temples that once echoed with the study of the cosmos now stand as mute stones. The same story repeats. Knowledge emerges, it empowers, and then it is systematically destroyed. What force moves behind this pattern? Accident, chaos, or deliberate design? The answer may lie in the oldest secret of all, that truth itself is dangerous to those who wish to rule. Imagine standing before the Library of Alexandria, its walls filled with scrolls describing the movement of stars, the nature of the soul, the geometry of the universe. Inside were texts from Egypt, Babylon, India, even unknown lands beyond the maps. Then imagine watching it burn. The smoke of that fire rose into the sky like a warning, a sign that knowledge, once seen as sacred, had become a threat. The same pattern would unfold again and again. Libraries turned to ash, temples desecrated, manuscripts erased. Someone or something did not want humanity to remember. But what if fragments survived? What if small pieces of that forbidden wisdom were passed down, coded in myth, preserved in stone, whispered through secret orders? Could the pyramids, the temples, the symbols carved in stone all be parts of a forgotten manual, an ancient technology of consciousness, energy, and creation itself? Modern history teaches us that civilization began only a few thousand years ago, that our ancestors were primitive hunters who slowly evolved into city builders. Yet ancient records tell another story. They speak of vast empires before the flood, of gods who taught humankind, of golden ages when man and cosmos were one. The deeper we dig, the more the earth itself seems to rebel against the official story. Archaeologists uncover ruins older than human history allows, tools that shouldn't exist, maps showing lands that no modern eye had seen until satellites. Something does not add up. This documentary is a journey into that gap, the silent chasm between what we're told and what may truly have happened. It's a quest to uncover why entire libraries were burned, why ancient languages were buried, and why the keepers of knowledge were hunted. We will travel through deserts and under oceans, across temples, ruins, and archives. We will follow the trail of clues left behind by those who tried to preserve the truth, scribes, priests, alchemists, and rebels who knew that memory itself was power. What if the ancients were not less advanced, but differently advanced? Their science woven with spirituality, their technology bound in nature, their understanding of energy and consciousness far beyond ours. What if, at the height of their mastery, they realized something that frightened those who came after, a truth about human potential, about the divine power within the mind itself? Perhaps that is why the knowledge was erased, because a humanity that remembers its true origins cannot be controlled. As we peel back the layers of history, we will confront unsettling evidence. Structures built with impossible precision, myths that map celestial mechanics, and sudden gaps in the human timeline. We'll ask questions academia dares not touch. Who benefits when humanity forgets? Who writes our history books? And what truths were edited out before the first page was printed? The journey begins here, in the ashes of forgotten empires and the silence of sealed vaults. The ancient world is not as distant as we think. Its pulse still beats beneath the surface of our collective memory, waiting to be awakened. This is not just a story about lost civilizations. It's a story about us, about the memory of what we once were, and the forces that ensured we would forget. By the end of this exploration, you will see the past not as a series of disconnected ruins, but as a vast, interconnected web of knowledge deliberately obscured. The real mystery is not that this wisdom vanished, but that it is starting to reappear, piece by piece, through discoveries that defy explanation. So ask yourself, what truth could be so powerful that it had to be erased from history itself? The search for that answer begins now. The Library of Alexandria. The very name evokes images of marble halls lined with endless scrolls, corridors glowing in the light of oil lamps, and scholars whispering the secrets of the cosmos. It was said to be the greatest collection of knowledge the world had ever seen. Mathematics from Egypt, medicine from India, star charts from Babylon, maps from sailors who had seen lands long forgotten. But what if its destruction was not simply the tragedy of war, not an accident of time, but the first deliberate act in a long campaign to erase human memory? The story told in classrooms is neat and simple. The library burned when Julius Caesar's army set fire to ships in the harbor, and the flames spread by chance. Later, they say, other rulers neglected it until it crumbled, yet the accounts never agree. Some say it burned under Caesar, others under the Christians, others under the Arabs. The contradictions are not a sign of confusion. They are the mark of a cover-up. Someone, it seems, wanted to hide how the world's greatest archive of ancient wisdom disappeared. Inside those walls, scholars claim to hold everything that humanity knew, over 500,000 scrolls. There were records of lost civilizations, calculations of the Earth's circumference long before modern science, and documents describing strange flying machines and energy principles. There were texts by ancient astronomers who knew the distances between planets, philosophies that blended physics with spirit, and maps that hinted at a world much older than official history allows. The library was not merely a collection of books. It was the soul of civilization itself. Imagine the kind of power contained there. A single scroll could alter the course of human understanding. And power, throughout history, has always been both feared and coveted. To the conqueror, knowledge can be more dangerous than armies. A library that connects humanity's past to the truth of its potential is a threat to every system built on control. When the fires consumed Alexandria, it wasn't just papyrus that burned. It was memory, generations of thought, centuries of research, and mysteries we can scarcely imagine turned to ash. Witnesses described the flames burning for months. Ships in the harbor were said to have fled under a sky black with smoke. Scholars who had devoted their lives preserving the wisdom of the ancients watched helplessly as their life's work vanished. And as the flames rose higher, so too did a veil of forgetfulness that would descend over the human story for centuries. But was Alexandria truly the first? Or was it merely the most visible example of a pattern older than any empire? Across the world, we find evidence of other great repositories of wisdom that met the same fate. The archives of China's Qin dynasty burned on the order of an emperor. The temples of the Maya and Aztec civilizations reduced to ash by conquistadors in the name of faith. The libraries of Baghdad, once the pride of the Islamic Golden Age, where ink from burned manuscripts turned the Tigris River black. Again and again, the story repeats. The centers of knowledge destroyed under the pretense of conquest, purification, or progress. If these were isolated tragedies, we might call them coincidence. But when the same erasure happens across continents and centuries, a darker logic emerges. What if history itself was pruned, reshaped to hide a lineage of wisdom connecting all these ancient cultures? What if the guardians of power understood that by destroying the past, they could control the future? Some historians have suggested that parts of the Library of Alexandria survived, that certain texts were smuggled out before the flames consumed everything. Legends speak of scrolls carried into the desert by priests, hidden in crypts beneath the Great Pyramid, or copied into secret manuscripts preserved by mystery schools. Could these fragments have resurfaced centuries later in the teachings of the Gnostics, the Hermetics, or the alchemists of medieval Europe? Traces of the same ideas, cosmic geometry, the unity of spirit and matter, the cycles of human evolution, appear like faint echoes through time. It is as if the knowledge itself refused to die. Modern archaeology gives us glimpses of what might have been lost. Excavations near ancient Alexandria reveal workshops, observatories, and instruments so advanced they predate modern science by millennia. Fragments of star maps, references to continents across the sea, and symbols identical to those found in distant temples suggest that humanity once shared a global language of knowledge. The destruction of the library may have been an attempt to cut that thread, to sever our link to the civilizations that came before. Even the supposed saviors of knowledge were sometimes its silencers. When the Christian church rose to dominance, it absorbed many of the library's surviving texts, deciding which were holy and which were heretical. The heretical ones disappeared. During the Islamic conquest, Scholars who could not reconcile ancient philosophy with new doctrine were silenced or exiled. In every era, the ruling power rewrote what counted as truth. Knowledge, once seen as a light to guide humanity, became something to guard, ration, and weaponize. And yet, something about Alexandria still haunts us. It represents the eternal struggle between curiosity and control, between the light of discovery and the darkness of suppression. Every modern library, every digital archive, every scientific breakthrough is a small rebellion against a fire that once consumed humanity's greatest treasure. The burning of Alexandria was not the end of knowledge. It was the beginning of our long amnesia. Today, historians argue about how much was really lost, but they missed the deeper point. The true loss was not the scrolls themselves. It was a chain of continuity, the unbroken transmission of wisdom from one age to another. Without it, each generation must rediscover truths already known to the ancients. We reinvent science, rebuild philosophy, and rediscover cosmic laws as if for the first time. And each time, someone stands ready to burn it all again. The destruction of the Library of Alexandria was a signal, a message sent across time, that knowledge is enemies, and those enemies were the faces of kings, priests, and conquerors. The flames that consume the scrolls still burn in our collective memory, a reminder that what is hidden is often what is most valuable. But scattered in the ashes were embers, fragments of wisdom that would resurface in unexpected places, in symbols, in myths, in secret traditions that refuse to die. Those embers are what we will follow next. Because if we can trace where they went, perhaps we can understand what and who the world was never meant to remember. Across the tapestry of history, a strange and unsettling pattern emerges. Entire libraries vanish, cities crumble, and records of entire civilizations disappear without explanation. At first glance, these events seem random, the natural consequences of war, natural disasters, or neglect. Yet when examined closely, the repetition is impossible to ignore. It is as if history itself has been edited, a manuscript rewritten over and over to obscure truths that humanity was never supposed to remember. The question is chilling. Why do so many ancient records vanish? And who benefits from the erasure of knowledge? Consider the scale of what has been lost. Ancient Egypt, one of the most documented civilizations of the ancient world, has thousands of surviving texts, but historians acknowledge that these represent only a fraction of what once existed. Countless scrolls detailing medicine, engineering, astronomy, and spiritual practice were destroyed, either in fires, invasions, or purposeful censorship. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, the cuneiform tablets we uncover today represent mere shards of a vast intellectual landscape. And yet, each time we think we understand the past, new discoveries challenge the established narrative. Ruins that should not exist according to our timelines, artifacts that contradict mainstream history, and texts suggesting technologies lost to the ages. This pattern is not limited to a single region or era. Across continents and centuries, civilizations have suffered sudden losses of knowledge. In China, Emperor Qin ordered the burning of thousands of books in 213 BCE, erasing philosophies and histories that did not align with his vision of centralized control. In the Americas, the Spanish conquest of the Maya, Aztec, and Inca civilizations resulted in the destruction of countless codices, wiping away centuries of written wisdom. The Islamic world experienced similar losses during the Mongol invasions and later under the pressures of political shifts and orthodoxy. Even modern times are not exempt. Wars and political purges have destroyed libraries, research centers, and archives across the globe. The same story repeats. Knowledge rises, it flourishes, and then it is wiped out, leaving a void that humanity struggles to fill. So why this recurring erasure? Some argue that it is accidental, that human history is simply fragile, that scrolls decay, cities fall, and old traditions vanish. But the evidence suggests something more deliberate. Powerful forces have long understood that knowledge is power. Control over information allows rulers to shape societies, enforce dogmas, and manipulate populations. When knowledge that could empower ordinary people becomes widely available, it threatens the foundations of power. Suppressing or destroying knowledge is, therefore, not merely a byproduct of war or disaster. It is a tool of dominance. The deliberate nature of this erasure can be seen in the methods employed. Libraries are burned during periods of conquest. Temples are desecrated, and priests or scholars are executed or silenced. Records are rewritten to glorify conquerors and erase inconvenient truths. Legends are reshaped to fit the ideology of the ruling class, while inconvenient scientific, astronomical, or technological knowledge disappears into obscurity. Even today, certain discoveries are buried in academic footnotes, dismissed as anomalies or hidden behind restricted archives. The forces that control information are meticulous and systematic, ensuring that knowledge does not easily escape the grip of authority. Yet, despite these efforts, fragments survive. Myths and folklore often preserve hidden truths, encoded in stories that appear fantastical but contain kernels of reality. Architectural remnants, astronomical alignments, and mysterious artifacts carry messages that mainstream narratives overlook. Secret societies, religious sects, and esoteric schools have historically acted as custodians of forbidden knowledge, passing it down in ways designed to evade destruction. In this light, what we see as gaps in history are not merely voids, but intentional silences, spaces where knowledge was withheld until humanity could once again uncover it. The consequences of these erasures are profound. When entire bodies of knowledge vanish, civilizations are forced to reinvent the wheel, rediscovering technologies, philosophies, and scientific principles that were already known thousands of years earlier. Humanity's progress is fragmented, piecemeal, and often delayed by centuries. Each rediscovery is treated as a breakthrough, when in reality, it is a reconnection with wisdom that was deliberately obscured. Consider how advanced engineering appears in disparate ancient cultures. The precision of Egyptian pyramids, the complex stonework of South America, and the astronomical accuracy of Mesopotamian observatories. Were these feats rediscovered independently, or were they remnants of a lost body of knowledge now scattered across the world? And then there is the mystery of the timing. Erasures often coincide with periods of societal upheaval, regime changes, religious reformations, or military conquests. Knowledge that threatens the status quo is most vulnerable during these transitions, when those in power can act decisively to reshape history. The destruction is rarely random. It is strategic. It is an acknowledgement that knowledge itself has the power to disrupt societies, challenge dogma, and alter the trajectory of human development. What makes these losses even more compelling is that they often leave clues behind, anomalies that hint at what was once known. Ancient structures aligned with stars, maps depicting land submerged by rising seas, an artifact of unknown function suggest that our ancestors possess advanced understanding far beyond what textbooks admit. Each discovery becomes a puzzle piece, a fragment of a once complete picture of human history. And every fragment that survives challenges the notion that we are at the beginning of civilization rather than at the threshold of remembering what came before. Ultimately, the vanishing of ancient knowledge is not merely a historical curiosity. It is a recurring warning. It tells us that truth is fragile, that human memory can be manipulated, and that civilizations are only as strong as their ability to preserve wisdom. When knowledge disappears, societies regress. When knowledge is hidden, power consolidates, and when knowledge is deliberately erased, entire generations are denied their inheritance. The more we study these patterns, the more it becomes clear that history is not simply a record of events, but a battlefield where memory, power, and truth collide. As we continue to explore the mysteries of the past, it becomes impossible to separate what was lost by accident from what was lost by design. The recurring erasure of knowledge is a thread that weaves through every civilization, every empire, and every age. Understanding this pattern is crucial, because it may reveal not only who shaped history, but why they sought to control it. And if history is a battlefield for knowledge, then what we uncover today could illuminate the truths they tried hardest to bury, truths that may ultimately redefine everything we believe about our world and ourselves. Hidden behind a veneer of ordinary history lies a shadowy network of individuals and groups whose sole purpose was, and in some cases still is, to safeguard knowledge that others sought to destroy. These were the custodians of wisdom, the keepers of secrets, the guardians of what mainstream history would call forbidden knowledge. From the desert of Egypt to the mountains of Tibet, from the libraries of ancient Greece to secret chambers beneath medieval European cathedrals, fragments of human understanding were deliberately protected, passed down through clandestine channels, and encoded in ways that only initiates could comprehend. These guardians were the lifeline of ancient knowledge, the ones who ensured that even as civilizations fell, the spark of enlightenment was never fully extinguished. The story of these secret keepers begins in the earliest civilizations, where the line between priest, scholar, and scientist was blurred. In Sumer, Babylon, and Egypt, scribes and priests were not just religious officials. They were custodians of profound cosmic, mathematical, and astronomical knowledge. They recorded the movement of stars, the cycles of the Nile, and the subtle rhythms of human consciousness, all in scripts that often concealed meaning from the uninitiated. Their knowledge was too powerful, too disruptive, to be allowed to circulate freely among the masses. To protect it, they developed codes, allegories, and rituals, ensuring that the essence of their discoveries could survive even the destruction of cities and libraries. Secret societies emerged as a natural extension of this need for preservation. Across the world, these organizations acted as vaults for hidden wisdom, passing down teachings from generation to generation. The Essenes, an ancient Jewish sect, are said to have guarded esoteric knowledge about the cosmos, medicine, and spiritual transformation. The Hermeticists of Hellenistic Egypt preserved texts on philosophy, alchemy, and metaphysics. In medieval Europe, alchemists and Rosicrucians encoded ancient knowledge into symbols, art, and architecture, ensuring that it could only be deciphered by those trained in the esoteric arts. Each of these groups, though separated by time and geography, shared a common goal: to protect knowledge that could fundamentally alter human understanding and potentially upset the power structures of their eras. The methods of preservation were ingenious. Texts were hidden in caves, inscribed on materials designed to withstand decay, or embedded within religious and philosophical allegories. Temples and sacred spaces were constructed to act as repositories, their architecture reflecting coded knowledge in proportions, alignments, and symbolism. Oral traditions, long dismissed as mere folklore, were in fact mnemonic devices designed to safeguard complex ideas across generations. Even music, dance, and ritual often encoded mathematical and cosmic truths, creating living records that could survive even when written texts were destroyed. These guardians often paid a high price for their work. Those who protected forbidden knowledge were hunted, exiled, or executed. Many operated in secrecy not out of choice, but out of necessity. Their survival depended on remaining invisible, on transmitting knowledge through encrypted allegories or hidden schools. The very existence of their teachings was a threat to prevailing authorities, and throughout history, these custodians have often been forced to operate on the fringes, their influence invisible yet profound. Interestingly, these secret keepers were not simply preserving technology or science. They were also preserving philosophy, spirituality, and human potential. They understood the interconnectedness of the cosmos, the mind, and the material world in ways that modern science is only beginning to rediscover. Meditation, sacred geometry, sound, and astronomy were not isolated practices, but elements of a unified knowledge system designed to expand human consciousness. By safeguarding this knowledge, they maintained a bridge between humanity's potential and the forces that sought to suppress it. The influence of these guardians is still visible today, if one knows where to look. Symbols on ancient monuments, hidden texts discovered in remote monasteries, and the esoteric teachings of surviving secret societies all hint at a continuity of wisdom that spans millennia. Even modern disciplines, quantum physics, neurobiology, and cosmology, occasionally stumble upon truths that were encoded in myth and ritual long before formal science could articulate them. The echoes of ancient guardians whisper through time, reminding us that knowledge is never fully lost. It is merely waiting to be recognized, decoded, and understood. Yet, the existence of these keepers raises profound questions. If knowledge was so vital, why was it hidden? Why were so many civilizations allowed to fall, while fragments of wisdom survived only in secret? The answer lies in the tension between power and potential. Knowledge empowers, but it also threatens. Those who understood this created dual systems, one public, one hidden. The public system maintained social order and obedience, while the hidden system preserved the capacity for human enlightenment and self-realization. The custodians existed to protect that hidden potential from those who would misuse it or suppress it entirely. As we uncover the traces of these secret custodians, patterns emerge. Across continents and epochs, The methods, symbolism, and principles remain strikingly similar, suggesting a global thread of continuity. The knowledge they preserved was not localized. It was universal, reflecting an understanding of the cosmos and humanity that transcended culture and geography. From the hieroglyphs of Egypt to the mandalas of India, from the star maps of Mesopotamia to the sacred geometry of Gothic cathedrals, the same truths reappear, often encoded in ways meant to survive centuries of erasure. Understanding the role of these guardians is crucial because they bridge the gap between what we know and what has been lost. They provide context for the anomalies in history, the structures that defy explanation, the myths that hint at forgotten science, the sudden leaps in knowledge that appear in multiple civilizations without clear precedent. By following the trail of the custodians, we begin to see history not as a linear record of progress, but as a battlefield over knowledge itself, a story of preservation, concealment, and the relentless human desire to remember what others tried to erase. In the end, the secret keepers remind us that knowledge is both fragile and eternal. It can be destroyed in libraries and cities, yet it can survive encoded in symbols, stories, and rituals. They show that the past is never truly gone, only hidden, waiting for those who are willing to look beyond the official narrative. The wisdom of the ancients, preserved by invisible hands, challenges us to reconsider everything we think we know about our history, our potential, and the forces that have shaped both. Long before the rise of the civilizations we are taught to call the first, Sumer, Egypt, the Indus Valley, evidence suggests that advanced societies thrived on Earth during a time that mainstream history refuses to acknowledge. These were not the primitive hunter-gatherers of conventional timelines, but people who built monumental structures, practiced sophisticated astronomy, and manipulated their environment with technologies that, in some cases, rival our own. The traces of these lost civilizations are scattered across continents, buried beneath layers of sediment, submerged under oceans, and hidden in the myths and legends passed down through generations. Yet their existence challenges everything we think we know about the origins of human history. Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey is perhaps the most striking example. Dating back more than 12,000 years, this site predates Stonehenge by over 6,000 years and even predates the advent of agriculture. Its massive stone pillars, some weighing as much as 20 tons, are arranged with precision that baffles modern engineers. Carvings of animals, symbols, and unknown motifs cover the stones, hinting at a sophisticated symbolic language, and perhaps even a cosmological knowledge far beyond what the hunter-gatherer societies of the time are supposed to have possessed. How did people with no known metal tools, or will technology move, and carve these massive stones? And why does the site show no evidence of habitation, suggesting it was built purely for ceremonial or knowledge-preserving purposes? The story becomes even stranger when we look at submerged sites around the globe. Off the coast of India lies Dwarka, a city described in ancient texts as a kingdom of Lord Krishna. Archaeological surveys have revealed ruins beneath the sea, with stone foundations, streets, and temples that appear to date back thousands of years, long before conventional Indian history allowed for urban development. Similarly, off the coast of Japan and in the Caribbean, sonar scans reveal submerged structures that suggest entire cities now lie beneath the waves. Were these the remnants of civilizations wiped out by rising seas or cataclysmic events, as myths and flood legends suggest? Even in South America, ancient sites challenge accepted timelines. Pumapunku, part of the Tiwanaku complex in Bolivia, features enormous stone blocks cut with such precision that even modern machinery struggles to replicate them. The stones fit together with joints so exact that not even a knife blade can slide between them. How could a civilization traditionally considered primitive achieve such feats of engineering without metal tools, cranes, or formal mathematics? The site suggests a knowledge of engineering, metallurgy, and geometry that appears far ahead of its time. These anomalies are not isolated curiosities. They hint at a forgotten age of human ingenuity. Across continents, we find similar patterns. Megalithic temples in Malta aligned with the stars, ancient observatories in Egypt calibrated to celestial events, and mysterious carvings in Australia depicting complex astronomical cycles. The similarities suggest a shared knowledge, a global understanding of the cosmos, engineering, and possibly even human consciousness. If these sites were created independently, the consistency of advanced techniques and symbolic language is remarkable. If they were connected, it implies a network of civilizations far older and more sophisticated than we have been told. The evidence challenges the conventional narrative of a linear progression from primitive to advanced. Instead, it suggests cycles of knowledge and civilization, rises and catastrophic falls, each leaving fragments for future generations. The so-called Stone Age may not have been beginning at all, but reset after cataclysms erase previous achievements. Flood myths, oral traditions, and global legends of lost golden ages all hint at a memory of this forgotten era, encoded in stories that survive the destruction of material records. Further complicating the picture are artifacts that seem out of place, what researchers call old parts, or out-of-place artifacts. These include tools and carvings that imply advanced knowledge existed far earlier than mainstream history admits. Some depict flying machines, advanced metallurgy, or anatomical knowledge unknown to contemporary civilizations. While often dismissed as anomalies or forgeries, the growing number of such findings across the globe cannot be ignored. They suggest that humanity's understanding of science, technology, and the cosmos was once far more advanced than textbooks claim. Perhaps most intriguing is the implication that this lost knowledge was not just technological, but also spiritual and philosophical. The alignment of ancient sites with celestial events, the symbolism embedded in carvings, and the repeated motifs of renewal, rebirth, and cosmic cycles suggest a civilization deeply aware of its place in the universe. Knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and energy systems may have been intertwined with understanding of consciousness, ethics, and societal harmony, a holistic system deliberately erased or fragmented in later millennia. The challenge is not just uncovering these lost civilizations, but interpreting them. Mainstream history struggles to accommodate evidence that predates accepted timelines. Archaeologists often face resistance, skepticism, and even censorship when their findings suggest a forgotten advanced age of humanity. Yet the material evidence, massive stone constructions, sophisticated carvings, submerged cities, continues to emerge, compelling us to reconsider the story we have been taught. In the end, the existence of lost civilizations before history began forth as a profound question. If humanity once reached such heights, what caused the knowledge to vanish? Was it a natural catastrophe, a deliberate suppression, or a combination of both? And most importantly, what fragments of this ancient wisdom survive, waiting to be uncovered by those willing to challenge a conventional timeline? These mysteries suggest that our ancestors were not starting from scratch, as modern history claims, but were inheritors of far older, far more advanced legacy, a legacy that has been systematically erased, yet continues to whisper through the ruins, monuments, and myths scattered across the globe. Throughout history, myths have been dismissed as mere stories, fanciful tales invented to entertain or to explain the inexplicable. But when examined more closely, a startling pattern emerges. These myths are not arbitrary. They are encoded records of ancient knowledge, hiding scientific, astronomical, and historical truths within allegory and symbolism. Across cultures separated by oceans and millennia, strikingly similar stories appear, suggesting a shared understanding of natural laws, celestial events, and human history. Could it be that myths were deliberately designed as vessels for knowledge, meant to survive the erasure of written records and the collapse of civilizations? Consider the widespread motif of the Great Flood, from the Mesopotamian epic of Gilgamesh to the Hebrew account of Noah, from the Indian legend of Manu to the tales of the America's indigenous peoples. We see a common story of cataclysm, survival, and rebirth. On the surface, these are morality tales or religious narratives, but closer examination reveals details of astronomical cycles, climatic events, and the knowledge of sea levels rising after the last ice age. Could these legends be preserving a memory of a global catastrophe, encoded in a form that would survive the destruction of written archives? The consistency of these stories across continents challenges the idea that they are mere coincidence. Myths also encode astronomical and cosmological knowledge. Ancient civilizations often describe the movements of stars, the cycles of planets, and celestial alignments in symbolic terms. The myths of the Egyptian gods, for instance, reflect the positions of stars and planets, cosmic cycles, and the precession of equinoxes. The stories of the Greek pantheon map directly onto constellations, while Hindu epics such as the Mahabharata contain precise descriptions of planetary alignments and eclipses. At first glance, these stories seem fantastical, but they often contain layers of astronomical precision that suggest deliberate encoding. Could myths have been used as memory devices, passing down complex knowledge in a narrative form that was saved from destruction? Symbolism in myths often corresponds to technology and science that was lost. Legends of flying chariots, fire from the heavens, or weapons of unimaginable power may seem like fantasies until they are viewed through the lens of lost technology. Could these stories be allegorical descriptions of advanced machines, energy systems, or tools used by civilizations now lost to time? Even if the literal interpretations seem impossible, the recurring motifs, advanced tools, cosmic knowledge, and hidden wisdom signal that these narratives were more than mere imagination. They were encoded instructions, warnings, or records intended to survive the ages. Religious myths, too, often preserve philosophical and ethical knowledge intertwined with practical wisdom. The stories of gods teaching humanity agriculture, astronomy, medicine, and governance may reflect real historical events, knowledge being passed down by survivors of advanced civilizations. In many cases, these myths describe a golden age, when humans lived in harmony with nature and understood the laws of the universe. Over time, cataclysms, invasions, and systematic erasures turned that age into legend, leaving behind symbolic memories in mythological form. Interestingly, myths also encode knowledge about consciousness and human potential. The recurring motif of enlightenment, awakening, or transformation in myths from the East and West hints at a sophisticated understanding of the mind. Practices like meditation, ritual, and sacred geometry may have been embedded in these stories as allegories for inner development, ensuring that the wisdom survived even when physical archives were destroyed. Myths were not just about teaching morality. They were instructional, a blueprint for understanding the world and the human mind. The universality of these myths is especially compelling. The same archetypes appear across cultures that had no known contact with each other. The hero's journey, the flood, the trickster, the divine teacher. This suggests either a shared ancestral knowledge or a lost global network of wisdom. The consistency in motifs, symbols, and themes hints at a common source of knowledge, one deliberately encoded to survive the repeated erasures of history. Myths were not random. They were carefully designed vessels, preserving truths too dangerous to be left in plain sight. Even today, scholars are beginning to recognize the deeper significance of myth. Archaeological discoveries often corroborate details hidden in legend. Submerged cities corresponding to flood myths, astronomical alignments matching star stories, and symbols repeated across distant sites. The myths that once seemed like fairy tales are increasingly being viewed as keys to reconstructing the knowledge of the lost civilizations discussed earlier. They are a map of human memory, waiting to be decoded. Ultimately, the study of mythology reveals a startling possibility that humans have always known more than we are allowed to see. These stories, passed down across millennia, may be fragments of a suppressed history, a record of science, philosophy, and cosmic understanding that was deliberately hidden from the masses. By decoding these myths, we begin to uncover the knowledge that was erased, piece by piece, revealing a history far more complex and advanced than the textbooks admit. Myths are not just entertainment. They are whispers of forgotten civilizations, a bridge connecting us to a world of lost knowledge that is still waiting to be remembered. Across the ancient world, myths of catastrophic floods are among the most pervasive and detailed stories passed down through generations. From the Epic of Gilgamesh in Mesopotamia to the biblical account of Noah, from the Indian legend of Manu to the flood stories of indigenous peoples in the Americas, these narratives share astonishingly similar details. Warnings given to a select few, the construction of vessel or refuge, and the survival of life while the world is engulfed in water. At first glance, these myths may appear to be moral or religious allegories, but when examined alongside geological and archaeological evidence, a more compelling possibility emerges: that they may be preserved memories of an actual global catastrophe, a cataclysm that reshaped civilizations and erased vast stores of knowledge. Geological studies increasingly support the idea that cataclysmic floods occurred near the end of the last ice age. Around 12,000 years ago, the melting of massive ice sheets caused sea levels to rise dramatically, inundating coastal settlements worldwide. Submerged cities off the coast of India, Japan, and the Caribbean hint at human settlements lost beneath the waves, perhaps inspiring the flood myths preserved in oral tradition. Similarly, Sedimentary deposits in river valleys show evidence of massive, sudden floods that would have decimated communities. Could these environmental upheavals have been the real events behind the stories of gods or divine intervention, encoded in myth to ensure their survival through time? The scope and scale of these floods would have been incomprehensible to early humans. Entire civilizations, their records, and technological knowledge could have been wiped out in a single generation. Survivors would have carried a memory of catastrophe. But without writing or durable archives, this knowledge had to be preserved through story, ritual, and symbolism. Over time, these stories became mythologized, but subtle details survived, such as descriptions of rising seas, lost lands, and the preservation of selected groups or chosen survivors. The consistency of these narratives across continents suggests that they may stem from a shared historical memory rather than independent imagination. Flood myths also hint at a sudden disruption of human development. Many of the earliest civilizations appear almost fully formed, with sophisticated urban planning, mathematics, and astronomical knowledge, as if a previous golden age had left behind fragments of wisdom. The timing of these advancements, shortly after the supposed floods, raises provocative questions. Could the survivors of a global catastrophe have been the progenitors of what we now call the first civilizations? Were they carrying forward knowledge that had nearly been lost, selectively preserved from an earlier era of human ingenuity? In addition to geological evidence, underwater archaeology increasingly reveals cities and structures submerged by rising seas, which match the descriptions in ancient myths. For example, off the coast of India lies the sunken city of Dwarka, described in the Mahabharata, with stone foundations, streets, and temples lying beneath the water. Similar discoveries near the coast of Japan and the Caribbean suggest a widespread pattern of inundated settlements. These findings align uncannily with myths of great floods, suggesting that these stories may be more than allegory. They could be historical records, encoded in symbolic narrative to survive the memory-erasing forces of time and conquest. The universality of flood myths also points to their significance. While each culture adapted the story to its context, the core narrative remains strikingly consistent: a divine or cosmic warning, a vessel or sanctuary, a selected group of survivors, and a renewal of life after devastation. This recurrence implies not only a shared memory of real events, but also a shared understanding of their importance, that these catastrophes were defining moments in the story of human civilization. They were not merely natural disasters. They were events that reset the trajectory of societies, erasing knowledge, destroying infrastructure, and forcing humanity to start anew. Some researchers suggest that the memory of these floods also influenced the construction of monumental architecture. Temples, pyramids, and observatories may have been designed not just for religious purposes, but as repositories of knowledge intended to survive future cataclysms. Alignments with celestial events, symbolic carvings, and hidden chambers may have been strategies to encode information safely, ensuring that even if a civilization was wiped out by flood or fire, the essence of its knowledge could endure. Flood myths also carry ethical and philosophical dimensions. Many of these stories emphasize human responsibility, moral conduct, and the relationship between humanity and the natural world. This suggests that the myth makers were not merely chronicling events, but were also encoding lessons about survival, stewardship, and the careful management of society and environment. Knowledge lost during the catastrophe may have been remembered not only as practical survival strategies, but also as wisdom necessary for sustaining civilization in a fragile world. Ultimately, the Great Flood represents more than a historical or geological event. It symbolizes a reset of human history. Civilizations that once flourished were wiped from memory, their knowledge erased or hidden, while survivors carried forward fragments that would be encoded into myth, ritual, and sacred architecture. These floods may have been the ultimate mechanism for the loss of ancient wisdom, a natural force combined with deliberate human action to erase the past. Yet, in myth, we find the remnants of what was lost. Hints of technology, astronomy, ethics, and governance, all preserved in allegory for future generations to rediscover. The flood narratives challenge our understanding of human history, suggesting that we are not seeing a continuous progression from primitive to advanced, but a series of interruptions, collapses, and recoveries. They imply that ancient humans were not merely passive victims of catastrophe, but custodians of a wisdom that survived in hidden forms. By examining these myths alongside archaeology, geology, and comparative mythology, we begin to glimpse the possibility that the ancient world was far more sophisticated than previously believed, and that the Great Flood, far from being merely legend, may have been an event that erased much of what humanity once knew. The survivors of these ancient cataclysms did not simply vanish into history. Instead, they became the hidden transmitters of knowledge, the living bridges between the lost civilizations of the past and the societies that would rise afterward. They carried with them fragments of science, technology, philosophy, and spirituality that had been nearly obliterated by flood, fire, or conquest. Across the globe, these survivors are remembered not merely as ordinary people, but as teachers, sages, or even demigods, figures who introduced humanity to agriculture, architecture, astronomy, and governance, often in symbolic or mythologized form. Their stories, preserved in legend, hint at a continuity of knowledge that mainstream history has largely ignored. In Sumer, for instance, the earliest known urban civilization, we find records of individuals called the Apkallu, often described as sages or demigods sent from the heavens to teach humanity. According to cuneiform texts, these figures brought with them knowledge of writing, irrigation, law, and astronomy, a set of advanced skills essential for the establishment of civilization. While conventional archaeology treats these stories as myth or allegory, the consistency and detail of these accounts suggest they may preserve memories of actual survivors from an older, more advanced culture. The Apkallu were not just mythological figures. They were symbolic representations of the bearers of knowledge, the living proof that some wisdom had endured the cataclysmic events of the past. In Egypt, similar patterns emerge. The priests of the Nile were not merely religious functionaries. They were custodians of advanced knowledge passed down from earlier civilizations. Their mastery of mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and engineering is evident in the construction of the pyramids, the alignment of temples with celestial events, and a detailed documentation of the cycles of the Nile. Many of their records suggest that they were building upon knowledge that predated the pharaohs themselves, preserved by a select few who understood its power and importance. These survivors became the gatekeepers, ensuring that critical knowledge was not lost even as entire societies fell into chaos. The idea of survivors as teachers or civilizing figures appears in cultures around the world. In Mesoamerica, myths of Quetzalcoatl describe a culture hero who brought writing, agriculture, and social order to the people, only to depart mysteriously, leaving a legacy of knowledge. In the Indian subcontinent, the sages and rishis are credited with introducing mathematics, astronomy, and meditation practices that would shape Indian civilization for millennia. The similarities between these figures, across time, geography, and culture, suggest a recurring theme. Advanced knowledge was preserved and transmitted by small groups of survivors after periods of global catastrophe. These survivors often encoded their knowledge in ways that would ensure its survival. Temples, monuments, and sacred texts were designed to withstand destruction and conceal meaning from those who were not initiated. Symbolism, allegory, and ritual were not mere cultural flourishes. They were deliberate strategies to protect knowledge while allowing it to be taught in a controlled, safe manner. In this way, even as empires rose and fell, the essence of ancient wisdom could survive through the careful stewardship of these enlightened individuals. The survivors' influence is visible in the sudden emergence of sophisticated civilizations following periods of apparent regression. Urban planning, monumental architecture, and advanced astronomy often appear fully formed, as though the knowledge had been inherited rather than invented. For instance, the sudden development of complex city-states in Sumer, the precise construction techniques of early Egyptian pyramids, and the astronomical sophistication of Mesoamerican civilizations suggest a continuation of knowledge rather than its spontaneous invention. These achievements may reflect a deliberate transfer of ancient wisdom by survivors who had lived through earlier, more advanced eras. Furthermore, these survivors were often mythologized over time, their stories transformed into legends of gods, demigods, or culture heroes. This mythologization served a practical purpose. By cloaking their knowledge in divine or mystical terms, it protected the content from misuse, ensured reverence, and allowed it to persist even as written records were destroyed or forgotten. Myths of gods teaching humanity, of enlightened figures descending from the heavens, or of secret sages guiding society all share a common theme: the survival and transmission of advanced knowledge by those who had witnessed the collapse of earlier civilizations. In some cases, the survivors may have been responsible for creating networks of knowledge preservation. Mystery schools, esoteric traditions, and secret orders emerge around the world, dedicated to protecting, transmitting, and expanding upon the wisdom of ancient ancestors. These groups acted as living archives, encoding knowledge into rituals, art, architecture, and oral teachings. Their influence can be traced across millennia, linking civilizations that mainstream history treats as disconnected. The work of these survivors ensured that humanity did not lose all memory of an advanced past, even if most of that memory was hidden, fragmentary, or allegorical. Ultimately, the study of these survivors challenges our understanding of human history. Civilization was not built from scratch. It was rebuilt upon the foundations of an older, forgotten world. The survivors were not passive witnesses to destruction. They were active custodians, ensuring that knowledge endured. Their role was crucial. Without them, the wisdom of earlier civilizations would have been lost entirely, leaving humanity stranded in ignorance. Instead, they left a legacy, encoded in myth, architecture, and tradition, that continues to guide, inspire, and challenge us to this day. By tracing the footprints of these ancient survivors, we begin to see a pattern. Humanity is not a linear story of progress from primitive to advanced, but a series of cycles punctuated by catastrophe, survival, and the careful preservation of wisdom. The survivors are the hidden link in that chain, the living vessels through which knowledge endured. And it is through understanding them that we begin to uncover forgotten truths of the ancient world. Truths that were too important to lose, too dangerous to reveal fully, yet too vital to remain buried forever. The ancient world, when viewed through the lens of surviving myths, ruins, and artifacts, presents a puzzle that mainstream history struggles to explain. Among the most compelling pieces of this puzzle are the advanced technologies and engineering feats attributed to civilizations we are told were primitive. Yet when we examine structures like the pyramids of Egypt, the megaliths of South America, or the stonework of Malta, it becomes impossible to ignore that their builders possessed knowledge that should have been far beyond their supposed level of development. These achievements are not isolated anomalies. They are consistent indicators that a sophisticated understanding of engineering, mathematics, and perhaps even energy manipulation existed in the ancient world, long before modern science arrived at the same conclusions. Take, for instance, the precision of the Great Pyramid at Giza. Its base is aligned almost perfectly to the cardinal points, and its construction required the movement of massive limestone and granite blocks, some weighing over 70 tons. Conventional explanations rely on slave labor and simple tools. Yet, these theories struggle to account for the accuracy, uniformity, and durability of construction. Moreover, certain chambers and passageways appear to be designed with acoustic resonance and energy-focused geometry in mind, suggesting an understanding of forces that modern engineers are only beginning to explore. Was this purely architectural ingenuity, or evidence of a deeper knowledge, an ancient technology encoded into stone? Across the globe, similar mysteries appear. Pumapunku in Bolivia contains massive stone blocks cut with such precision that not even modern machinery could replicate the joints. The blocks are often so perfectly cut and polished that a razor blade cannot fit between them. The techniques used to quarry, transport, and assemble these stones remain unknown. Meanwhile, in Malta, the temples of Nadra and Hagar Kim, built over 5,000 years ago, are aligned with solstices and celestial events, demonstrating a precise astronomical understanding that challenges conventional timelines. These structures are not isolated feats. They are part of a global pattern suggesting that advanced engineering knowledge was once widespread and subsequently lost. Evidence of ancient technology is not limited to stonework. Artifacts recovered from multiple continents suggest the use of advanced metalworking, energy harnessing, and possibly even electrical devices. The Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off the coast of Greece, functions as an ancient analog computer capable of predicting celestial movements decades in advance. Similar mechanisms and tools are hinted at in other parts of the world, but they were often destroyed, buried, or misinterpreted by later civilizations. Could these devices represent remnants of forgotten technological tradition, preserved and occasionally resurfacing in ways that defy conventional history? The sophistication of ancient architecture also suggests an intimate understanding of natural forces. Temples, pyramids, and megalithic structures often incorporate principles of acoustics, energy resonance, and geometry that appear to enhance physical or spiritual effects. Some researchers propose that these structures were not merely ceremonial, but functional, designed to harness energy, focus consciousness, or store knowledge in ways that we have yet to fully comprehend. When viewed in this light, ancient civilizations were not merely builders. They were engineers of reality, manipulating the material and metaphysical worlds simultaneously. Astronomical knowledge further supports the notion of lost technological expertise. Across continents, ancient monuments are aligned with the stars, solstices, and planetary cycles with astonishing precision. From the Egyptian pyramids to Stonehenge, the Nazca lines to the Inca observatories, these alignments required sophisticated mathematical and observational skills. Mainstream history often dismisses this as coincidence or the result of trial and error, but the consistency and precision suggest deliberate design. Ancient societies had a level of knowledge that allowed them to map the cosmos, predict celestial events, and incorporate that understanding into both architecture and daily life. Even more intriguing are the recurring symbols and designs found globally, hinting at a shared technological or philosophical framework. Sacred geometry, crop patterns, and ritualistic artifacts suggest that knowledge was encoded in symbolic language, a method for preserving advanced techniques in ways that could survive the erosion of time, disasters, and deliberate suppression. The recurrence of similar motifs in Egypt, South America, India, and Europe points to a possible global network of knowledge, an ancient system of technology and understanding that transcended isolated civilizations. The implications are staggering. If these ancient civilizations possess technology and engineering knowledge that rivaled modern capabilities, what happened to it? How could such advanced understanding be lost, leaving humanity to rediscover it millennia later? Floods, fires, invasions, and deliberate erasure all played a role, but there's a growing consensus among researchers that much of this knowledge was intentionally suppressed. Advanced wisdom, once accessible, became dangerous to those in power, leading to its concealment in myth, ritual, and secret societies. Even today, remnants of ancient technology inspire awe and speculation. Modern engineers, historians, and archaeologists are often baffled by the precision, scale, and purpose of ancient constructions. Each discovery challenges the accepted linear narrative of human progress and forces us to consider the possibility that humanity once reached incredible heights of knowledge, heights that were systematically erased or hidden for reasons we are only beginning to understand. Ultimately, the evidence of ancient technology and engineering is more than an academic curiosity. It is a clue to humanity's forgotten potential. Each megalith, artifact, and alignment is a piece of a vast puzzle, pointing to a time when humans may have understood the universe in ways we are only starting to rediscover. The ancient world was not primitive. It was advanced, sophisticated, and interconnected. And the erasure of that knowledge is perhaps the greatest mystery of all, a mystery that challenges everything we believe about human history, civilization, and the limits of our potential. The more we investigate ancient civilizations, the more apparent it becomes that lost knowledge was not only technological or architectural, but also deeply tied to the understanding of energy, nature, and the human mind. Across multiple ancient sites, we find evidence suggesting that civilizations harnessed forces that modern science is only beginning to study: vibrational energy, acoustics, resonance, and even principles that hint at a manipulation of what some researchers call zero-point energy. These techniques were embedded into sacred architecture, ritual practice, and symbolic art, pointing to a civilization that understood the interconnectedness of the physical, metaphysical, and conscious worlds. The idea that humanity once held this knowledge, only for it to vanish, raises profound questions about our lost potential. Consider the construction of the Egyptian pyramids. Beyond their monumental size and precision, some researchers have proposed that their specific proportions, orientation, and internal chambers may have served to amplify certain energies. Acoustic resonance studies suggest that the king's chamber, for instance, produces frequencies that could have been intended to influence consciousness or even preserve organic matter. Similar patterns are observed in megalithic sites in Europe and South America, where chambers, passageways, and stone arrangements are aligned to vibrational or astronomical principles. These findings hint that the ancients may have engineered not just for durability or aesthetic, but to interact with unseen forces that modern science is only beginning to measure and understand. Energy manipulation was not limited to architecture. Ancient texts, from the Vedas in India to Hermetic writings in Egypt, describe practices that involve controlling, channeling, and storing energy within the human body and the environment. These teachings often appear in allegorical form, disguised in myth and ritual, but repeated motifs suggest a systematic understanding of subtle energy, consciousness, and the natural world. From sound vibrations used in rituals to geometric patterns believed to focus cosmic energy, the evidence suggests that ancient societies combined scientific observation with spiritual practice, integrating physical, mental, and energetic knowledge into daily life. Megalithic sites in South America, such as Pumapunku and Tiwanaku, show stonework that some researchers argue could conduct and store electrical energy. Certain stones display strange metallic inclusions that could theoretically act as conductors or resonators, while layouts align with celestial cycles that suggest a purpose beyond the purely ceremonial. Similarly, the submerged ruins of Dwarka in India and other coastal cities may have incorporated structures designed to interact with tides, water currents, or even electromagnetic forces. Although speculative, these examples reinforce the possibility that ancient civilizations were manipulating natural forces deliberately and with profound sophistication. Sacred geometry is another critical element. The repetition of geometric patterns, from circles and spirals to complex polyhedra, occurs across the globe, suggesting a universal system of understanding energy and matter. These shapes were not decorative. They were functional. Temples, pyramids, and monuments often embed these patterns to focus energy, align with cosmic cycles, or preserve knowledge in symbolic form. The consistency of these geometrical principles across cultures separated by thousands of miles hints at a shared understanding, possibly transmitted by survivors of earlier advanced civilizations or preserved within secret societies. The integration of consciousness into this understanding is equally remarkable. Many ancient teachings emphasize the mind as a tool to access or amplify energy. Meditation, chanting, ritual movement, and visualization were not merely spiritual exercises. They may have been practical methods to harness, store, and direct energy in ways that impacted health perception and perhaps even the environment. The notion that human consciousness could interact with the natural world in tangible ways challenges the purely materialist view of science and suggests that lost knowledge encompassed both the inner and outer realms of existence. Interestingly, traces of these energy practices have survived in myths and oral traditions. Stories of divine beings wielding energy, flying machines powered by mysterious forces, or temples radiating power may encode practical techniques for interacting with natural energies. While these accounts are often dismissed as legend, their consistent presence across continents and eras suggests a hidden record of technology and energy manipulation that was deliberately obscured or forgotten over time. The systematic erasure of this knowledge may explain why humanity has had to reinvent basic principles repeatedly throughout history. Certain discoveries, such as electromagnetism or resonance phenomena, appear centuries later, often disconnected from the original context in which the ancients had already applied them. If this knowledge was deliberately suppressed, then much of modern science may represent rediscovery rather than innovation. The ancients may have had a coherent understanding of energy, consciousness, and matter that has been fragmented into isolated discoveries across different eras. What is especially compelling is that this knowledge was not limited to a single civilization. It appears globally. From Egypt to South America, from India to Europe, evidence suggests a shared framework of energy understanding encoded in architecture, ritual, and myth. The question then arises, how did humanity forget this knowledge? Floods, fires, invasions, and political suppression all played a role, but the repetition of these losses over millennia suggests deliberate, systematic erasure. The custodians of power may have recognized that this knowledge was too transformative, too destabilizing to allow widespread dissemination. Ultimately, the study of energy in the ancient world reveals that humanity once had access to a type of knowledge far beyond what is commonly taught. It challenges our assumptions about progress, suggesting that ancient civilizations were not primitive, but highly advanced in ways that combine science, consciousness, and spirituality. Recovering even fragments of this knowledge offers not only insight into our past, but potential tools for understanding the present and shaping the future. The ancients may have known truths about the universe and ourselves that were deliberately hidden, yet continue to whisper through the ruins, myths, and patterns scattered across the globe. As we trace the threads of ancient wisdom, one theme emerges with striking clarity. The ancients were not only aware of the natural world, but they also had a profound understanding of astronomy, time, and cosmic cycles, knowledge that far surpasses what mainstream history attributes to them. Across continents and millennia, civilizations carefully observed the movements of the stars, planets, and celestial phenomena, often embedding this knowledge into monuments, myths, and rituals. From the precise alignment of the Egyptian pyramids to the celestial markers of Stonehenge, from the astronomical charts of the Maya to the sacred geometry in Hindu temples, it is evident that the ancients possessed a sophisticated understanding of the universe that seems impossibly advanced for their supposed technological capabilities. The stars were more than navigational tools. They were the clockwork of existence. Ancient societies understood that celestial movements influenced seasons, agriculture, and even human behavior. Observatories such as the ones found at Chichen Itza in Mexico or at the Jantar Mantar in India demonstrate precise tracking of solstices, equinoxes, and planetary cycles. These sites require meticulous observation over generations, suggesting long-term planning and a systematic approach to astronomy. Furthermore, myths and legends often encode this knowledge symbolically, using stories of gods, heroes, and cosmic battles to convey complex astronomical data to future generations. One of the most compelling examples is the Mayan calendar system, which accurately predicted solar and lunar eclipses and tracked planetary alignments decades in advance. The sophistication of their calculations challenges modern assumptions about the capabilities of pre-Columbian societies. Similarly, the Egyptian decans, 36 star clusters used to measure time at night, enabled precise tracking of the year and were crucial for agricultural planning. These astronomical systems were not isolated phenomena. The recurrence of complex celestial knowledge across the globe suggests a shared understanding or an inherited body of knowledge from earlier, now lost civilizations. Even the alignment of monumental structures hints at a deeper cosmic awareness. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for instance, is aligned almost perfectly to the cardinal points, and its internal shafts point toward specific stars associated with ancient Egyptian cosmology. Stonehenge's stones correspond to the summer solstice sunrise, while Machu Picchu and Tiwanaku are similarly oriented to celestial events. Such precise alignments imply not only advanced observational skills, but also a philosophical and spiritual comprehension of humanity's connection to the cosmos. The ancients were mapping more than the heavens. They were mapping the interaction between the earth, sky, and human consciousness. The myths and epics of ancient civilizations further encode astronomical knowledge. Stories of gods descending from the heavens, cosmic battles, and celestial chariots are not merely fanciful tales. They often reflect observations of planetary motion, eclipses, or cataclysmic events like meteor showers. Ancient texts, when decoded symbolically, reveal remarkably accurate descriptions of the solar system, planetary cycles, and even precession, the gradual shift in the orientation of the Earth's axis over millennia. This level of astronomical understanding suggests a continuity of knowledge that predates what modern science considers the beginning of human civilization. Moreover, this knowledge was intertwined with the understanding of time and cycles. Many ancient cultures believed in repeating cosmic cycles that influence human history, consciousness, and societal development. The concept of the Great Year, found in Babylonian, Greek, and Hindu traditions, reflects the recognition of long-term celestial cycles affecting life on Earth. Ancient calendars, encoded in monuments, myths, and ritualistic practices, were designed not merely to track days and seasons, but to encode this cosmic rhythm into the fabric of civilization, ensuring that knowledge would endure even through societal collapse. The precision of ancient astronomy also implies the use of sophisticated instruments and observational techniques. While mainstream history often portrays ancient societies as lacking advanced tools, discoveries such as the Antikythera mechanism, a 2,000-year-old analog device capable of predicting celestial positions, reveal that mechanical computation existed far earlier than previously believed. Similar evidence emerges from other cultures, suggesting that tools and methods for measuring and predicting astronomical phenomena were widespread, preserved, and passed down through generations, often secretly or within specialized priestly or scholarly orders. The integration of astronomy with spirituality and ritual further highlights the ancients' holistic approach to knowledge. Celestial events were interpreted not merely as physical phenomena, but as messages from the cosmos, guiding agriculture, governance, and spiritual development. Temples, pyramids, and observatories functioned simultaneously as centers of learning, ritual, and energy, aligning the terrestrial with the celestial. In this context, the line between science, philosophy, and spirituality becomes blurred, revealing a worldview in which knowledge was a unified system, encompassing matter, energy, and consciousness. Finally, the consistency of astronomical knowledge across distant cultures raises profound questions about its origins. How could civilizations separated by oceans and continents, with no known contact, develop strikingly similar understandings of the cosmos? The evidence points to either a shared ancestral knowledge, the survival of wisdom from a lost global civilization, or the deliberate preservation and transmission of knowledge through secret societies and esoteric traditions. This pattern suggests that what we see as primitive civilizations were in fact inheritors of an advanced cosmic understanding, whose knowledge was systematically fragmented, encoded, or erased over time. In sum, the ancients were not merely observers of the stars. They were architects of cosmic knowledge. Their monuments, myths, and instruments reveal a sophisticated understanding of astronomy, time, and cycles that modern history struggles to account for. This knowledge was deeply integrated with technology, spirituality, and governance, indicating that ancient civilizations possess a level of sophistication that challenges conventional narratives. By studying these astronomical patterns, we gain insight not only into the cosmos, but also into a hidden lineage of wisdom deliberately obscured from history, waiting to be rediscovered. The evidence of advanced astronomical knowledge in the ancient world becomes even more astonishing when we consider the global consistency of star maps, celestial alignments, and cosmological understanding across civilizations that supposedly had no contact with one another. From the Egyptian pyramids to the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, from Stonehenge in England to the megalithic temples of Malta, and from the astronomical observatories of the Maya to the sacred sites of South America, there's a recurring pattern. Precise alignments with stars, planets, and solstices, often embedded into monumental architecture that has withstood millennia. These patterns are far too precise to be coincidental, suggesting a systematic, sophisticated knowledge of the cosmos that transcends geography and culture. In Egypt, the pyramids of Giza are aligned with almost uncanny precision to the cardinal points, and internal shafts within the Great Pyramid point toward key stars like Sirius and Orion's Belt. This alignment was not merely symbolic. It reflects a deep understanding of celestial mechanics and an ability to predict star positions over centuries. Similarly, the temples of Karnak and Luxor contain obelisks and alignments that correspond with solstices, equinoxes, and planetary movements, indicating that the Egyptians were not simply building monuments. They were mapping the heavens onto the earth. The precision of these alignments raises questions. How could a civilization, supposedly without advanced technology, achieve such astronomical accuracy? Thousands of miles away, Stonehenge in England shows the same meticulous attention to celestial events. The massive stones align with the summer solstice sunrise and the winter solstice sunset, creating a calendar in stone that tracks solar movements with remarkable precision. Equally fascinating are the megalithic temples of Malta, such as Hagar Kim and Najdra, which are similarly aligned to solstices and equinoxes. The precision across these widely separated locations is staggering, suggesting a shared understanding of celestial cycles that challenges the notion of isolated, primitive cultures. In the Americas, the Maya and Inca civilizations developed their own sophisticated systems for tracking time and the stars. Mayan astronomers could predict solar and lunar eclipses decades in advance and had a calendar system capable of tracking planetary cycles and the precession of the equinoxes. The Inca, too, constructed observatories and sacred sites aligned with solstices and constellations, integrating astronomical knowledge directly into their architecture and urban planning. These achievements are not just technical. They imply centuries of observation, calculation, and record-keeping, pointing to a systematic understanding of the cosmos that has rarely been acknowledged by mainstream scholarship. Even more remarkable is the similarity of star maps and celestial motifs across cultures that had no known contact. Constellations, planetary movements, and astronomical symbols appear repeatedly in Mesopotamian, Egyptian, Indian, and Mesoamerican cultures. This suggests either a shared ancestral knowledge passed down from an earlier, lost civilization, or a form of knowledge so fundamental and consistent that different cultures independently arrived at the same conclusions. Either scenario challenges a conventional narrative that civilizations developed linearly and in isolation. Ancient myths and legends often encode astronomical knowledge in symbolic form. Stories of gods, celestial battles, and divine journeys frequently map directly onto planetary or star movements. The Epic of Gilgamesh, the Mahabharata, and Egyptian creation myths all contain precise references to celestial cycles, eclipses, and solstices disguised within narrative structures. By studying these myths alongside the physical evidence of temples, monuments, and observatories, researchers are beginning to decode the hidden astronomical knowledge that these ancient cultures embedded deliberately, often to survive periods of societal collapse or suppression. The consistency of these astronomical alignments implies more than observational skill. It suggests a philosophical and spiritual dimension. Celestial events were often associated with religious rituals, agricultural cycles, and governance. Ancient architects and priests were not simply tracking the stars. They were connecting the movements of the heavens with human life, ritual, and the broader environment. The cosmos was understood as a living system, and knowledge of its patterns was crucial for survival, spiritual development, and societal organization. Some researchers propose that this astronomical knowledge was deliberately encoded in stone and myth to survive periods of catastrophe, such as floods, invasions, or deliberate knowledge suppression. Monuments aligned with celestial bodies could act as repositories of knowledge, preserving information in a durable and precise form that would survive even when texts, libraries, or oral traditions were destroyed. Myths and legends reinforced this encoded knowledge, ensuring that even if material evidence was lost, the wisdom of the stars could endure in symbolic form. The global consistency of astronomical knowledge also raises the possibility of a lost, advanced civilization or network of civilizations that transmitted this wisdom across continents. Whether through migration, trade, or shared ancestral knowledge, the similarities suggest an intentional preservation of cosmic understanding that transcended geography, language, and culture. This network may have influenced the development of multiple civilizations, providing a foundation of astronomical and mathematical knowledge that was then adapted to local contexts. Ultimately, the study of ancient astronomy reveals a hidden history of human knowledge that mainstream narratives often ignore. Civilizations across the world were deeply aware of the cosmos, its cycles, and its impact on human life. They encoded this knowledge into architecture, ritual, and myth, ensuring its survival across millennia. The precision, consistency, and global distribution of this knowledge suggests that humanity once possessed an understanding of the universe far beyond what conventional history acknowledges, a sophisticated, interconnected comprehension of the cosmos deliberately preserved against the erasure of time and catastrophe. One of the most perplexing mysteries of ancient civilizations is the sudden appearance of highly advanced knowledge and engineering, seemingly without precedent. Conventional history often portrays human development as a slow, linear progression from primitive tools to complex societies. Yet the evidence challenges this narrative. Across the globe, we find structures, artifact, and knowledge that imply mastery of engineering, mathematics, and science long before mainstream history claims humans were capable. Sites like Göbekli Tepe, Pumapunku, the Egyptian pyramids, and the Mayan observatories suggest a level of sophistication that cannot be explained by gradual evolution alone. This raises a provocative question. How did ancient civilizations acquire knowledge that seems to have no clear origin? The sudden emergence of these advanced societies hints at the survival of knowledge from a previous era, an era often erased from the historical record. Catastrophes such as floods, earthquakes, and societal collapses may have obliterated earlier civilizations, leaving only fragments of their accomplishment behind. Survivors, whether small groups of sages, priests, or secret societies, carried this knowledge forward. These groups encoded wisdom into monuments, texts, rituals, and myths to ensure it could survive repeated waves of destruction. In this way, advanced knowledge was preserved, albeit often hidden or obscured, allowing subsequent civilizations to inherit it in pieces rather than through direct invention. Göbekli Tepe provides a striking example of this phenomenon. Dated to more than 12,000 years ago, it predates the development of agriculture, and yet features massive, intricately carved stone pillars arranged in complex circular formations. The carvings depict animals, abstract symbols, and patterns that some researchers argue contain astronomical and cosmological information. Conventional archaeology struggles to explain how hunter-gatherer societies could have achieved such feats, suggesting instead that these people may have inherited knowledge from an earlier, more advanced culture whose records were lost to time. Göbekli Tepe may not be an isolated case. It could represent a remnant of a sophisticated knowledge system deliberately preserved by survivors. Similarly, Pumapunku in Bolivia demonstrates a mastery of stonework and engineering that defies conventional explanations. The stones are cut with extraordinary precision, featuring angles and joints that modern tools would struggle to replicate. The complexity of the construction suggests knowledge of geometry, physics, and perhaps even energy dynamics. The sudden emergence of such engineering sophistication, without evidence of a gradual developmental trajectory, implies the transmission of knowledge from an earlier, now forgotten civilization. The question is not merely how these civilizations built what they did, but why this knowledge suddenly appears in fully developed form, only to vanish again for centuries. The notion of knowledge being deliberately preserved and transmitted is reinforced by myths and legends worldwide, across continents. Stories of culture heroes, demigods, and divine teachers often describe figures who brought agriculture, writing, astronomy, and law to humanity. In Mesopotamia, the Apkallu are credited with bringing wisdom from the gods. In Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl is depicted as a culture hero who taught humans essential knowledge. In India, the rishis imparted mathematics, astronomy, and spiritual practices. While the narrative is cloaked in myth, the consistent theme is the preservation and transmission of advanced knowledge following periods of societal collapse or catastrophe. Moreover, the sudden leaps in knowledge are mirrored in the construction of monumental architecture worldwide. The pyramids of Giza, the temples of Angkor, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, and the observatories of Mesoamerica appear fully formed, with little evidence of the incremental trial-and-error development modern historians expect. These structures are not merely functional. They encode astronomical, mathematical, and possibly energetic knowledge. Their precision and scale suggest that their builders were not discovering these principles through experimentation alone, but were applying a body of knowledge that had been preserved and passed down. Archaeological evidence also supports the existence of advanced technologies that have been lost over time. The Antikythera mechanism in Greece, an ancient analog computer capable of predicting celestial events, demonstrates that mechanical sophistication existed over 2,000 years ago. Similar evidence emerges from other artifacts around the world, suggesting that advanced tools, engineering techniques, and perhaps even energy knowledge were preserved selectively. Such evidence implies that human history is not a linear march of progress, but a series of cycles. Knowledge emerges, flourishes, is lost through catastrophe or suppression, and is later rediscovered. The deliberate preservation and transmission of knowledge also helps explain the inconsistencies in the historical record. How could civilizations separated by thousands of miles, with no known contact, develop remarkably similar astronomical, architectural, and mathematical knowledge? The answer may lie in a hidden network of survivors or secret custodians who safeguarded critical wisdom across generations. These individuals may have encoded their knowledge into myths, symbols, and monuments, ensuring it could survive even when written or physical records were destroyed. The recurring motifs of solar alignments, sacred geometry, and cosmological symbolism across continents suggest a shared framework of knowledge that predates recorded history. Ultimately, the sudden emergence of advanced knowledge across ancient civilizations challenges the narrative that humanity developed intelligence and technology in a straightforward, linear fashion. Instead, the evidence points to a more complex history, one in which civilizations rose, fell, and were rebuilt by survivors carrying fragments of forgotten wisdom. Knowledge was preserved through ritual architecture, myth, and secret societies, ensuring that even when empires were destroyed, the essence of human ingenuity endured. By studying these patterns, we begin to uncover the hidden currents of human history, revealing a past far richer, more sophisticated, and more interconnected than mainstream history has ever acknowledged. The question of why ancient knowledge was erased from history is perhaps one of the most pressing mysteries confronting researchers today. While natural catastrophes such as floods, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions undoubtedly played a role in the disappearance of civilizations, there is compelling evidence to suggest that deliberate human intervention also contributed to the systematic suppression of knowledge. Across history, the custodians of power, whether kings, priests, or ruling elites, have often sought to control information, shaping collective memory to suit political, religious, or ideological ends. Knowledge that threatened their authority, challenged orthodox beliefs, or revealed inconvenient truths about human potential was frequently hidden, destroyed, or deliberately obscured. Consider the burning of the Library at Alexandria, a cultural and intellectual hub that reportedly housed hundreds of thousands of scrolls containing the accumulated wisdom of ancient civilizations. While some of the destruction may have been accidental, historical accounts suggest that political and religious forces deliberately sought to eliminate certain texts, particularly those that contradicted prevailing power structures. The loss of this knowledge was catastrophic. Countless scientific, philosophical, and technological insights vanished, leaving subsequent generations to rebuild what had once existed. The library's destruction is emblematic of a broader pattern of historical erasure, repeated across civilizations and continents, in which the powerful determine which knowledge would survive and which would be lost forever. Similarly, the suppression of esoteric knowledge can be seen in religious and cultural transformations. As dominant religions spread, much of the ancient wisdom encoded in temples, rituals, and oral traditions was recast, demonized, or destroyed. In Europe, pagan temples were razed, and sacred knowledge was absorbed into or erased by the church. In the Americas, colonial power systematically destroyed the knowledge of indigenous civilizations, erasing astronomical records, codices, and oral histories. Even in Asia, successive empires often sought to control education and the dissemination of information, preserving certain knowledge while deliberately discarding or concealing other aspects of human understanding. Across these examples, a pattern emerges. Knowledge was not merely lost by accident, but was targeted and removed because it was considered dangerous, threatening, or subversive. One particularly compelling theory is that knowledge of advanced technology, energy manipulation, and human potential was intentionally suppressed to prevent widespread societal upheaval. Consider that the ancients may have possessed technologies capable of harnessing energy, predicting natural disasters, or even influencing consciousness. In the wrong hands, such knowledge could challenge political or religious hierarchies, giving extraordinary power to those who understood it. By selectively erasing records, destroying monuments, and transforming practical wisdom into myth or allegory, ruling classes could maintain control while ensuring that critical knowledge remained out of reach for the general populace. This pattern of suppression may have repeated itself across continents, explaining why seemingly advanced knowledge appears abruptly and then disappears for centuries. Another method of knowledge erasure was a deliberate transformation of ancient texts and records into allegory, myth, or esoteric symbolism. Sacred geometries, coded myths, and ritualized practices often contain kernels of scientific or philosophical knowledge, but their meaning is obscured behind symbolic language. Only those initiated into proper interpretive traditions could decode these messages, effectively limiting access to knowledge. This technique served multiple purposes. It preserved wisdom from natural disasters and societal upheavals, while preventing misuse by those who might exploit it for power or control. From the Egyptian hieroglyphs to the Vedic texts of India and the Mayan codices, encoded knowledge survived in forms that were not immediately accessible to the untrained observer. Flood myths, catastrophic legends, and oral traditions also played a dual role in preserving and obscuring knowledge. While these narratives maintained a memory of lost civilizations and their advanced technologies, they often cloaked information in metaphor and allegory. The very act of transforming practical knowledge into story ensured its survival over millennia, but made it increasingly difficult to interpret. Only through careful cross-cultural analysis, archaeology, and the study of symbolism can we begin to decode the truths hidden within these legends. The survivors of past cataclysms may have deliberately encoded knowledge this way, safeguarding from destruction while protecting the uninitiated from its potentially disruptive power. Political motivations further fueled the erasure of knowledge. Elites have historically shaped the narrative of history to legitimize their rule, often by rewriting or eliminating inconvenient facts. Ancient monuments were defaced or repurposed, sacred texts rewritten, and entire cultural traditions suppressed. By controlling the narrative, those in power could erase the achievements of earlier civilizations, present themselves as the originators of knowledge, and ensure that alternative perspectives remained inaccessible. This process of historical revisionism has left modern scholars with a fragmented understanding of human development, obscuring evidence of civilizations and wisdom far older than mainstream timelines acknowledge. Finally, the cumulative effect of natural disasters, deliberate suppression, and the transformation of knowledge into symbolic forms has left humanity with a fragmented memory of its past. We are left piecing together clues from ruins, myths, and artifacts, attempting to reconstruct a history that was intentionally obfuscated. The erasure of ancient knowledge was not random. It was systematic, purposeful, and repeated across millennia. Recognizing this pattern is crucial for understanding why so much of human history remains hidden, why advanced civilizations appear suddenly in the archaeological record, and why myths, symbols, and esoteric traditions continue to hint at a forgotten past. In conclusion, the erasure of ancient knowledge was likely the result of a combination of natural catastrophes and deliberate human action. Rulers, religious authorities, and elites across the globe understood the power of knowledge and its potential to disrupt societal hierarchies. By destroying records, encoding wisdom in allegory, and controlling the dissemination of information, they ensure that only fragments survived. The result is a history that appears fragmented, mysterious, and contradictory, a puzzle that continues to captivate researchers and uncovering which may finally reveal the full scope of humanity's lost wisdom. The deliberate suppression of knowledge was not limited to a single civilization or period. It appears to be a recurring theme throughout human history. Powerful empires and ruling classes often recognize that information, especially knowledge of advanced technology, astronomy, medicine, or human potential, could shift the balance of power. Knowledge in the wrong hands had the potential to challenge established hierarchies, destabilize political systems, and undermine religious authority. As a result, erasure, concealment, or distortion of information became a tool of control, ensuring that only select individuals or groups could access transformative wisdom. This systematic approach to knowledge suppression may explain why so many extraordinary achievements of the ancient world seem inexplicable within the conventional historical timeline. Take the example of the Library of Alexandria, one of the most famous repositories of knowledge in history. While historians debate the exact circumstances of its destruction, it is widely accepted that vast quantities of ancient wisdom were lost. Texts on astronomy, medicine, mathematics, and philosophy that may have contained insights far ahead of their time. Some scholars suggest that certain works were deliberately targeted because they contain ideas deemed dangerous or subversive. This event exemplifies a broader phenomenon of knowledge being suppressed to maintain societal control. What is lost is not just information, but the potential for societies to evolve more rapidly or in unforeseen ways. Religious authorities have also played a role in the erasure of ancient knowledge. As organized religions gained dominance, they often sought to impose orthodoxy, labeling contradictory ideas as heretical or dangerous. Temples, scrolls, and inscriptions that did not conform to sanctioned teachings were destroyed or hidden, while sacred knowledge was deliberately encoded in rituals, myths, and symbolism. In Egypt, for instance, priestly knowledge of astronomy, medicine, and energy manipulation was preserved but restricted to an elite class. In Europe, early Christian authorities repurposed or obliterated pagan temples, manuscripts, and codices, ensuring that the majority of the population lost access to pre-existing knowledge. This pattern repeated in the Americas, Asia, and the Middle East, demonstrating a global phenomenon of controlled knowledge preservation. Political motivations also reinforced this suppression. Rulers frequently rewrote history to legitimize their reign, presenting themselves as the originators of knowledge while erasing the contributions of prior civilizations. In many cases, monumental architecture, artifacts, and inscriptions were destroyed, defaced, or repurposed to align with the official narrative. This deliberate rewriting not only concealed technological and scientific achievements, but also obscured the history of advanced civilizations that existed before the current ruling power. By controlling collective memory, elites ensure that knowledge remained concentrated, preventing society at large from accessing tools and insights that could challenge their authority. Ancient myths and legends often functioned as dual-purpose tools. They preserved knowledge while simultaneously obscuring it. By encoding practical information within symbolic stories, the custodians of knowledge ensured that only those with specialized training could decipher it. Stories of gods, heroes, and cosmic events may contain hidden instructions on astronomy, energy systems, engineering, and consciousness. For example, the Egyptian myth of Osiris is often interpreted as an allegory for cycles of life, death, and energy, while the Mahabharata contains detailed astronomical and philosophical information encoded in epic narrative. The repeated use of allegory across cultures implies a deliberate effort to safeguard knowledge while preventing its misuse. In addition to textual and mythological suppression, ancient societies often built physical barriers to knowledge. Secret chambers, hidden tombs, and restricted temples were designed to preserve technology, spiritual practices, or advance wisdom from the general populace. Only initiates or select priestly classes had access, ensuring that knowledge survived catastrophes, invasions, or social upheaval, but remained protected from widespread dissemination. Sites like the Great Pyramid, the megalithic complexes of South America, and the subterranean networks of Malta suggest a deliberate effort to encode and safeguard knowledge in structures built to endure the test of time. The systematic erasure of knowledge may also explain sudden gaps in human history. Many civilizations appear abruptly, fully formed, with sophisticated architecture, advanced mathematics, and astronomical knowledge, seemingly without a gradual developmental precursor. This phenomenon, sometimes referred to as a knowledge gap, indicates that previous achievements were lost or deliberately erased, forcing new civilizations to rebuild or rediscover what had once existed. The global recurrence of advanced knowledge, hidden in myths, monuments, and rituals, hints at an underlying continuity preserved by a network of survivors or custodians across generations. Moreover, some scholars argue that the deliberate suppression of knowledge was motivated by fear of human potential. Ancient texts and artifacts suggest that past civilizations may have understood consciousness, energy, and technology in ways that could dramatically alter society. Knowledge of this kind could empower individuals or groups in ways threatening to existing hierarchies. By restricting access, the ruling classes preserved their dominance while limiting societal advancement, ensuring that humanity remained dependent on fragmented and incomplete information. The consequences of this oppression are profound. Humanity has been forced to relearn or rediscover knowledge multiple times over millennia, often repeating errors and missing opportunities for advancement. Cataclysms, deliberate destruction, and cultural transformations compounded the loss, leaving only fragments of ancient wisdom scattered across the globe. The combination of physical destruction, encoded allegory, and controlled access created a historical landscape in which extraordinary achievements seem inexplicable and civilizations appear disconnected, when in reality, they may have shared a common foundation of knowledge. In conclusion, the deliberate erasure of knowledge was a global and systematic phenomenon. Rulers, religious authorities, and elite custodians controlled information to preserve power, restrict access to transformative wisdom, and protect society from knowledge deemed dangerous or destabilizing. This suppression took many forms: destruction of texts and monuments, encoding knowledge in myth and ritual, secretive preservation, and the rewriting of history. By understanding these mechanisms, we gain insight into why ancient civilizations often appear abruptly and why advanced knowledge sometimes resurfaces mysteriously. Recognizing this pattern is key to decoding humanity's lost history and rediscovering profound wisdom deliberately hidden from our collective memory. The suppression of ancient knowledge was not limited to monumental structures, texts, or myths. It extended into the very education and training of the population. In many civilizations, the acquisition of advanced knowledge was restricted to select groups, such as priests, scribes, or initiates, creating a deliberate divide between the elite and the common people. This control ensured that sophisticated techniques, whether in astronomy, architecture, medicine, or energy manipulation, remained the preserve of a few. By restricting access, ruling classes not only maintained social hierarchies, but also prevented the widespread dissemination of ideas that could challenge authority or disrupt societal norms. This selective education is a recurring pattern across continents and eras, suggesting that the deliberate concealment of knowledge was an integral part of ancient governance and cultural preservation. In Egypt, for example, scribes were among the most highly trained members of society. Their mastery of hieroglyphic writing, mathematics, astronomy, and record-keeping allowed them to manage complex administrative systems and preserve sacred knowledge. Yet this knowledge was deliberately confined to a small group, Literacy was rare, and only a privileged few had access to temple libraries and educational instruction. Similarly, in Mesopotamia, knowledge of cuneiform, astrology, and engineering was often restricted to temple academies or priestly classes, ensuring that expertise remained concentrated and controlled. By centralizing knowledge, these civilizations could maintain both political stability and the exclusivity of wisdom. Initiatory systems and mystery schools provide another striking example of deliberate knowledge restriction. Across cultures, from the Egyptian mystery schools to the Pythagorean tradition in Greece, from the Vedic Gurukul system in India to shamanic traditions among indigenous peoples, initiates were taught advanced principles of mathematics, astronomy, energy, and consciousness. Knowledge was transmitted orally, through symbolism, or via complex rituals, often requiring years of training in ethical discipline before full comprehension was allowed. This approach ensured that knowledge was not misused, while also creating a network of custodians capable of preserving wisdom across generations and catastrophes. The encoding of knowledge in ritual and symbolism served a dual purpose. It preserved information while concealing it from those deemed unworthy or unprepared. Sacred geometry, architectural alignment, and ceremonial practice were all imbued with layers of meaning, containing instructions on energy manipulation, astronomical observation, or social governance. Only those trained to interpret these symbols could access the underlying knowledge, effectively creating a system of selective education that protected both the wisdom itself and the societal order. This method of controlled transmission also explains why fragments of advanced knowledge persist in myths, sacred texts, and monuments, even when explicit instructions have been lost. In addition to restricting access, ancient societies also manipulated the narrative of history to further obscure knowledge. Texts were edited, rewritten, or reinterpreted to align with the prevailing authority, erasing references to prior achievements or sophisticated techniques. By controlling not just the content but also the interpretation of knowledge, ruling elites ensured that the populace would not question authority or attempt to replicate advanced technologies. The result is a fragmented historical record in which innovations appear in isolation, disconnected from their true origins, and often centuries or millennia later than they first emerged. The deliberate restriction of education also extended to oral traditions. Storytelling, song, and ritual were used to transmit knowledge covertly, embedding practical instructions in allegory or symbolic language. Flood myths, creation stories, and heroic epics frequently contain encoded information about astronomy, engineering, agriculture, and cosmology. This system allowed knowledge to survive catastrophes, invasions, and cultural upheavals while remaining inaccessible to those who lacked the training or interpretive framework to decode it. In effect, ancient societies created living libraries, wisdom that could endure time and catastrophe, yet remain hidden from the uninitiated. The consequences of restricted education and selective knowledge transmission are still evident today. Many of the world's ancient mysteries, advanced construction techniques, precise astronomical alignments, and sophisticated engineering remain unexplained or misunderstood. Mainstream historical narratives often assume ignorance or primitiveness, failing to account for the deliberate mechanisms of knowledge preservation and concealment. Recognizing the role of selective education allows us to reinterpret these achievements not as anomalies, but as evidence of a global pattern of wisdom carefully curated and transmitted through elite channels. Furthermore, the restriction of knowledge helped create societal stability in periods of chaos. By centralizing advanced understanding within a control group, civilizations could recover more rapidly from cataclysms or invasions. Survivors could rebuild cities, restore governance, and continue cultural traditions using preserved wisdom of a select few, even when the majority of society had lost access. In this way, selective education functioned as a safeguard, preserving essential knowledge while minimizing its potential for disruption. Ultimately, the deliberate limitation of knowledge reveals a critical aspect of human history. Much of what we consider lost was never truly lost. It was hidden, encoded, or restricted to ensure its survival and control. By examining the structures, rituals, and initiation systems of ancient civilizations, we can begin to understand how knowledge was protected, transmitted, and sometimes deliberately obscured. This perspective shifts our understanding of history from one of ignorance to one of intentional preservation, revealing that advanced wisdom existed far earlier than mainstream timelines suggest and was carefully managed to endure through millennia of upheaval. One of the most fascinating aspects of the ancient world is the way knowledge was encoded into symbols, art, and architecture, a method that allowed advanced wisdom to survive even when written texts were destroyed or forgotten. Across civilizations, from Egypt to South America, from Mesopotamia to India, symbols were not mere decoration. They were repositories of complex information, carrying hidden instructions on astronomy, mathematics, energy, and spiritual practice. These symbolic systems serve multiple purposes. They preserved knowledge, protected it from misuse, and ensured that only those trained or initiated could access its full meaning. The deliberate embedding of knowledge in symbols reveals a sophisticated understanding of information preservation that far predates modern methods of archiving. In Egypt, hieroglyphics were far more than a writing system. They were a multidimensional code integrating language, mathematics, and sacred geometry. Each symbol contained layers of meaning, functioning as a mnemonic device to aid in the transmission of spiritual, scientific, and technical knowledge. Temples, tombs, and monuments were adorned with hieroglyphs that not only told stories, but encoded instructions on astronomy, medicine, and energy work. For instance, depictions of gods and their positions relative to celestial bodies often align with specific astronomical events, suggesting that the hieroglyphs were both narrative and instructional, preserving cosmic knowledge for future generations. Similarly, in Mesoamerica, the Maya and Aztec civilizations developed complex symbolic systems that encoded advanced mathematics and astronomy. The Mayan calendar, for instance, is not simply a means of tracking time. It contains sophisticated calculations for planetary cycles, eclipses, and solstices. Glyphs representing these cycles are embedded in monuments, codices, and ritual objects, ensuring that astronomical knowledge could survive even the destruction of cities and texts. The recurrence of geometric patterns, planetary symbols, and cosmological motifs across sites demonstrates a deliberate encoding of information, reflecting an advanced understanding of the universe and the ability to transmit it across generations. Sacred geometry provides another powerful example of symbolic knowledge preservation. Across the globe, from the pyramids of Egypt to the stone circles of Europe and the temples of India, geometric patterns such as circles, spirals, triangles, and complex polyhedra are repeated with remarkable consistency. These shapes are not merely aesthetic. They encode mathematical ratios, harmonic frequencies, and energetic principles. Many researchers suggest that these geometric forms function as a type of knowledge storage, allowing information about energy flow, cosmology, and human consciousness to endure even when conventional records were destroyed. By embedding wisdom in physical form, ancient civilizations created durable, universally comprehensible repositories of knowledge. Art, too, played a role in encoding information. Murals, carvings, and statues often contain dual layers of meaning. What appears to be narrative or ceremonial on the surface may simultaneously encode technical, mathematical, or energetic knowledge. In the temples of Angkor, for example, carvings depict celestial alignments, symbolic measurements, and cosmological patterns that correlate with astronomical events. In South America, Nazca lines and geoglyphs are enormous, precise designs that likely encoded astronomical, geographical, or spiritual knowledge, visible only from certain vantage points or interpreted symbolically. Art, in these cases, was a form of coded instruction, preserving knowledge in a visual and often esoteric language. Even oral traditions function symbolically. Myths, epics, and ritual chants often encoded detailed knowledge about agriculture, astronomy, energy, and human physiology. Flood myths, creation stories, and heroic sagas were not arbitrary tales. They preserved critical information in narrative form, accessible only to those trained in interpretation. By combining story, symbolism, and ritual, civilizations ensured that knowledge could survive catastrophes, invasions, or cultural upheavals, even if explicit written instructions were lost. These oral codes acted as living archives, allowing essential wisdom to endure for centuries or millennia. The use of symbolism as a knowledge preservation strategy also served as a safeguard against misuse. By encoding wisdom in complex, multilayered systems, civilizations ensured that only those with the necessary training, insight, or initiation could access the full depth of information. This method protected society from individuals who might exploit advanced knowledge for destructive purposes. For example, energy manipulation, astronomy, and medicine could all be dangerous if applied incorrectly, and symbolic encoding acted as a filter, allowing knowledge to survive while limiting its potential misuse. Moreover, the consistency of symbolic systems across distant cultures suggests a shared understanding of universal principles. Geometric ratios, celestial alignments, and cosmological motifs recur in sites across continents, often separated by thousands of miles and centuries of time. This global recurrence points to either a common ancestral source of knowledge or a shared system of encoding that transcended geography and language. It reinforces the idea that ancient civilizations were not isolated but connected through networks of wisdom that ensured the survival of critical information. Ultimately, the deliberate encoding of knowledge in symbols, art, and architecture reveals an ancient strategy of information preservation that was both sophisticated and resilient. By embedding wisdom in multiple layers, visual, structural, and oral, civilizations protected knowledge from natural disasters, invasions, and intentional erasure. Symbols became vessels of memory, carrying advanced understanding of the cosmos, technology, and consciousness across generations. The hidden language of the ancients challenges our modern assumptions about primitive societies and demonstrates that true knowledge was far more complex, interconnected, and deliberately safeguarded than mainstream history acknowledges. Across the ancient world, one of the most striking patterns is the deliberate alignment of structures with celestial events, a practice that underscores the integration of architecture, astronomy, and spiritual understanding. From the pyramids of Egypt to the temples of South America, from Stonehenge in England to the observatories of India, these constructions were meticulously oriented to mark solstices, equinoxes, and planetary positions. Such alignments were not merely ceremonial or aesthetic. They were functional, encoding knowledge about time, agriculture, cosmic cycles, and energy flow. The recurrence of these precise astronomical alignments across disparate cultures suggests a shared understanding of the heavens and a sophisticated grasp of celestial mechanics far beyond what conventional history credits to these civilizations. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza exemplifies this celestial precision. Its four sides are closely aligned with the cardinal points, while the internal shaft of the king's and queen's chambers point to significant stars such as Sirius and Orion. These alignments were not arbitrary. They reflected an advanced understanding of the heavens, possibly connected to religious beliefs, navigation, or even energetic principles. The pyramid's orientation suggests that the builders possessed not only observational skill, but also mathematical and geometric knowledge sufficient to translate celestial movements into large-scale architectural designs. The precise alignment raises profound questions. How did civilizations achieve such accuracy with limited technology, and what was the purpose behind these monumental constructions? Thousands of miles away, Stonehenge in England demonstrates similar attention to astronomical alignment. The massive stones are positioned to frame the rising sun on the summer solstice and the setting sun on the winter solstice, creating a functional calendar that tracks the solar year. This alignment would have been critical for agricultural societies, guiding planting and harvesting cycles. Yet beyond practical utility, Stonehenge also seems designed to manipulate perception, sound, and energy, suggesting that the builders understood principles of resonance in human consciousness, blending practical astronomy with spiritual and energetic insight. In South America, sites such as Machu Picchu and the ceremonial center Tiwanaku reveal comparable precision. The Intihuatana stone at Machu Picchu, for example, is thought to mark solar positions and equinoxes, serving as both a calendar and a ritual device. Similarly, at Tiwanaku, massive stone blocks are aligned with astronomical events, including solstices and the appearance of key constellations. These alignments indicate that ancient civilizations integrated careful observation of the heavens into both daily life and ceremonial practice, embedding cosmological knowledge directly into their sacred landscapes. Observatories and temples in India, such as the Jantar-Mantar complexes, provide further evidence of the global nature of this knowledge. These structures are precisely designed to measure the positions of celestial bodies and track time, with large-scale instruments that demonstrate advanced understanding of angular measurement, planetary cycles, and solar mechanics. Unlike simple observation, these constructions required complex calculations and meticulous engineering, implying that ancient scholars were capable of sophisticated astronomical modeling long before the invention of telescopes or modern instrumentation. The consistency of astronomical alignment across continents is particularly remarkable. Civilizations separated by thousands of miles, with no known contact, built structures oriented to the same celestial events. This suggests either the inheritance of a common body of knowledge from an earlier, lost civilization, or the independent discovery of universal cosmic principles by multiple societies. Either possibility challenges the conventional view that early civilizations were isolated and technologically primitive. Instead, it suggests a sophisticated global understanding of the cosmos, encoded into architecture in a way that survived millennia of cultural upheaval. These alignments often had practical, spiritual, and energetic functions simultaneously. Agricultural cycles depended on precise solar and lunar observation. Religious rituals were timed according to celestial events. And some researchers argue that the positioning of stones in chambers may have influenced acoustics or electromagnetic fields. In this sense, ancient monuments were not merely passive constructions. They were interactive devices, connecting the human, terrestrial, and cosmic planes. This integration of science, spirituality, and engineering reflects a worldview in which knowledge was holistic, interconnected, and carefully preserved. The deliberate alignment of ancient structures with celestial events also served as a method of encoding knowledge for future generations. By embedding complex astronomical information into durable stone, civilizations ensured that critical wisdom could survive societal collapse, invasion, or natural disasters. Even when texts were lost or destroyed, the monuments themselves preserved the essential principles of astronomy and timekeeping. Myths and oral traditions further reinforce this knowledge, ensuring that the observation of celestial cycles remains central to cultural continuity. The prevalence of these alignments also raises questions about the origins of ancient knowledge. How did civilizations, often assumed to be isolated and technologically limited, achieve such global consistency in understanding celestial mechanics? Were these techniques inherited from a common ancestral source, preserved across millennia through secret schools and initiates, or rediscovered independently? The precision and recurrence of alignments suggests that the answer is more complex than a simple story of linear progress, pointing instead to a hidden history of knowledge deliberately preserved and transmitted. Ultimately, the careful alignment of ancient structures with celestial events reveals a civilization-wide awareness of cosmic patterns and a sophisticated integration of astronomy, architecture, and spirituality. These constructions are not random or symbolic alone. They are functional repositories of knowledge, linking human activity with the cycles of the heavens. By studying these alignments, modern researchers can begin to decode the hidden wisdom of the ancients, uncovering a global network of knowledge that was deliberately preserved despite the erasures and upheavals of history. The evidence challenges conventional timelines, suggesting that ancient civilizations possess an understanding of the cosmos far beyond what we have traditionally credited them with, offering tantalizing glimpses into a sophisticated, interconnected, and intentionally hidden body of wisdom. One of the most intriguing mysteries of the ancient world lies in construction techniques of monumental architecture, techniques so precise and sophisticated that they continue to baffle modern engineers and archaeologists. Across continents, from the pyramids of Egypt to the megalithic temples of South America, from the stone circles of Europe to the submerged ruins off the coast of Asia, ancient builders achieved feats of engineering that appear impossible given the supposed technological limitations of their time. Massive stones, some weighing dozens of tons, were quarried, transported, and positioned with remarkable precision, often without the use of modern machinery. The sudden appearance of these techniques, fully formed and consistent across diverse civilizations, suggests not just ingenuity, but access to a body of knowledge that has been lost or deliberately hidden from mainstream historical accounts. Take the pyramids of Giza as an example. Each block of limestone was cut with such precision that even a piece of paper cannot fit between the stones in some areas. The alignment of the pyramids to the cardinal points, and their proportions reflecting mathematical constants like pi, and the golden ratio point to an advanced understanding of geometry and astronomy. Scholars have long debated how such massive structures could have been built using only rudimentary tools, ramps, and human labor. While conventional theories suggest incremental trial and error methods over generations, the sheer precision and uniformity of construction imply a sophisticated engineering knowledge that appears fully formed from the outset. In South America, the ruins of Pumapunku and Tiwanaku present similar mysteries. Massive stone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, were cut with such precision that they interlock without mortar, featuring perfectly straight edges, right angles, and intricate geometric shapes. Many stones exhibit drilling techniques and cuts that seem far beyond the capabilities of tools available at the time. How such enormous stones were transported, positioned, and fitted so perfectly remains a subject of debate, challenging mainstream timelines of technological advancement. Some researchers suggest the use of unknown techniques, possibly involving advanced understanding of leverage, vibration, or even energy manipulation, methods that have been lost to time. The European megaliths add another layer of complexity. Structures like Stonehenge or the Karnak stones in France involved moving massive stones over great distances and arranging them in precise alignments with astronomical events. The level of coordination, planning, and technical skill required to achieve these constructions implies not just communal effort, but an underlying knowledge of engineering principles and geometry. The repetition of these patterns across continents raises important questions. Were these societies independently achieving similar feats, or were they inheriting and preserving knowledge from a more advanced, now-forgotten civilization? Even underwater archaeology provides clues to the sophistication of ancient engineering. The submerged city of Dwarka in India, the Yonaguni structures off Japan, and other sunken sites suggest that coastal civilizations possess advanced stoneworking skills and possibly knowledge of hydrodynamics to construct durable structures that could withstand environmental pressures over millennia. The sudden disappearance of these cities due to rising sea levels, floods, or other natural events likely contribute to the loss of critical knowledge, leaving only remnants for modern researchers to puzzle over. An especially compelling aspect of these ancient construction techniques is their integration with other fields of knowledge. Many of these monuments are aligned not just with the cardinal points, but also with solstices, equinoxes, and significant stars, demonstrating a combination of engineering, astronomy, and mathematics. Sacred geometry often underpins a construction, linking proportion, balance, and cosmic order. This holistic approach suggests that architecture in the ancient world was not purely functional. It was an embodiment of scientific, spiritual, and energetic principles. Monuments were designed to serve multiple purposes simultaneously, as functional structures, as repositories of knowledge, and as tools for connecting humans with cosmic forces. The global consistency of these engineering marvels cannot be overlooked. Massive stone structures appear in Egypt, South America, Europe, Asia, and other regions, often with strikingly similar precision and alignment methods despite vast distances and no known communication. This suggests either a shared knowledge base transmitted across civilizations or an inherited legacy from a much earlier, advanced society that predates recorded history. The implications are staggering. The techniques and principles employed by ancient builders may have been deliberately preserved through ritual, apprenticeship, and encoded symbols to survive catastrophes and the systematic erasure of knowledge. Deliberate concealment of construction methods also appears likely. Historical accounts suggest that ancient societies often restricted advanced knowledge to priestly classes, guilds, or initiates, ensuring that only those deemed capable could wield it. By limiting access, civilizations preserved both the safety and integrity of knowledge while preventing widespread misuse. This selective transmission explains why modern researchers are left piecing together methods from incomplete evidence, discovering patterns that suggest extraordinary skill, but without clear documentation of how it was achieved. In addition to technical skill, ancient construction reflects a deep understanding of materials and energy. Stone selection, orientation, and placement suggest that builders understood properties such as resonance, durability, and thermal behavior. Some researchers have even proposed that certain megalithic structures were designed to channel or store energy, with precise geometrical arrangements enhancing vibrational or electromagnetic effects. If true, this would indicate that ancient engineering was not merely mechanical, but integrated with principles of energy and consciousness, further challenging the assumption that these civilizations were primitive. Ultimately, the construction techniques of ancient civilizations reveal a complex, multifaceted knowledge system that combined engineering, mathematics, astronomy, geometry, and possibly energy manipulation. These techniques appear suddenly, with extraordinary precision and are often preserved in the world's most enduring monuments. The global recurrence of advanced construction methods suggests a deliberate effort to maintain and transmit knowledge despite catastrophic events and societal upheavals. By studying these structures, modern researchers can begin to decode the hidden principles that enable their creation, offering tantalizing glimpses into a sophisticated, interconnected body of knowledge that mainstream history has largely overlooked or dismissed. One of the most astonishing aspects of ancient civilizations is the degree of mathematical and geometrical sophistication embedded in their constructions, artifacts, and cultural practices. Mathematics was not merely a tool for trade or record-keeping. It was a language used to understand the cosmos, manipulate energy, and structure society. Across civilizations, we find the deliberate use of mathematical constants, such as pi symbol, the golden ratio, phi, square roots, and complex geometrical patterns in architecture, art, and ritual. The precision and universality of these mathematical applications suggest a deep, systemic understanding that goes far beyond what mainstream history attributes to early civilizations. Mathematics, in this sense, was both practical and sacred, a means to align human activity with cosmic order. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza exemplifies the sophisticated application of mathematics. Its proportions reflect the golden ratio, while the relationship between the pyramid's base and height approximates pi, revealing a precise understanding of geometric and arithmetic principles. The alignment of the pyramid with cardinal points and key stars further indicates that mathematical knowledge was integrated with astronomy and cosmology. Such precision implies not only advanced calculation skills, but also an ability to translate abstract mathematical concepts into monumental architecture, a feat that would challenge even modern engineers without advanced tools. Similarly, in Mesopotamia, the use of complex geometry and arithmetic is evident in city planning, ziggurats, and clay tablets containing numerical tables. The Babylonians developed a sexagesimal, base 60, system that allowed them to perform highly accurate calculations in astronomy, timekeeping, and engineering. These numerical systems were sophisticated enough to predict lunar and solar phenomena, track planetary movements, and calculate areas, volumes, and angles with remarkable accuracy. The prevalence of such systems demonstrates that ancient mathematics was not an abstract discipline, but a practical science applied to architecture, astronomy, and ritual. In Mesoamerica, the Maya civilization developed a mathematical system capable of tracking celestial cycles with extraordinary precision. The Mayan long count calendar, for example, reflects advanced understanding of planetary cycles, eclipses, and the precession of the equinoxes. Their use of zero, positional notation, and complex calculations allowed them to create a predictive astronomical system centuries ahead of comparable European systems. Mathematical knowledge was intertwined with ritual, cosmology, and governance, demonstrating a holistic approach in which numbers, geometry, and time were inseparable elements of societal structure. Sacred geometry provides another fascinating lens through which to view ancient mathematics. Spirals, triangles, circles, and other geometric forms are repeated across global cultures, suggesting universal principles encoded in architecture and art. The use of proportion, symmetry, and harmonic ratios in temples, pyramids, and megalithic sites implies that geometry was considered not just a mathematical tool, but key to understanding cosmic order and human consciousness. Some researchers suggest that these geometric principles could have been used to influence energy flow, resonance, or vibrational frequencies, hinting at an integration of mathematics, physics, and metaphysics that modern science is only beginning to explore. Even artifacts reveal mathematical sophistication. Stone carvings, metalwork, and ceremonial objects often feature precise ratios, symmetrical patterns, and embedded numerical codes. For instance, the intricate carvings on the Nazca lines of Peru, the measurement units in Harappan city grids, and the proportional calculations in Greek temples all point to advanced knowledge of measurement geometry and applied mathematics. These designs were not arbitrary. They were carefully calculated, often encoding astronomical, energetic, or symbolic knowledge alongside functional applications. The universality of mathematical principles across civilizations is particularly striking. Despite being separated by thousands of miles and with no known contact, ancient cultures independently developed remarkably similar numerical systems, geometric patterns, and measurement standards. This convergence suggests either a shared ancestral source of knowledge or the existence of universally observable patterns in nature that these civilizations mastered and applied with precision. The recurrence of these mathematical motifs in distant cultures challenges the conventional narrative of isolated, linear development and hints at a deeper, interconnected understanding of the world. Moreover, mathematics was often linked with spirituality and initiation. In many mystery schools and esoteric traditions, understanding numbers in geometric forms was considered a path to enlightenment. Knowledge of ratios, patterns, and cycles was not merely intellectual. It was a means to comprehend the universe, human consciousness, and the relationship between the earthly and the divine. By encoding mathematical knowledge in rituals, symbols, and architecture, ancient civilizations ensured that critical principles could survive societal collapse, invasions, and deliberate suppression, even if the explicit instructions were lost over time. The consequences of this integration of mathematics with practical, spiritual, and cosmic knowledge are profound. Ancient civilizations were able to construct monumental architecture with precise alignment, predict celestial events, and encode wisdom in symbols and rituals, all through a sophisticated application of numbers and geometry. Modern scholars are only beginning to uncover the depth of this knowledge, as seemingly simple measurements reveal layers of complexity that suggest a deliberate, global understanding of mathematics as a universal language. Ultimately, the mathematical sophistication of ancient civilizations challenges the conventional timeline of human development. Far from being primitive, these societies applied advanced principles in architecture, astronomy, and ritual, demonstrating a unified, holistic approach to knowledge. Mathematics was not a tool isolated in classrooms or commerce. It was an essential key to understanding the cosmos, preserving wisdom, and shaping society. By studying these principles, modern researchers can begin to unravel a hidden history of knowledge that transcends geography, culture, and time, a knowledge deliberately encoded and preserved, waiting to be rediscovered. One of the most enduring mysteries of ancient civilizations is their profound understanding of energy, both natural and human-generated, and the ways in which this knowledge was encoded into architecture, artifacts, and sacred spaces. Evidence from around the world suggests that ancient cultures were not only aware of the physical forces in nature, but also understood how to harness and direct them for practical, spiritual, and perhaps even technological purposes. This understanding extended beyond mere observation. It implies a deliberate manipulation of natural energies, from resonance and vibration to electromagnetic phenomena, in ways that modern science is only beginning to explore. The global recurrence of energy-based knowledge raises profound questions about what ancient civilizations knew and why so much of this knowledge was hidden or lost over time. In Egypt, the pyramids provide some of the most compelling evidence for energy-based design. Beyond their geometric precision and astronomical alignment, researchers have long speculated that the pyramids were engineered to focus or channel subtle energies. Certain internal chambers, passages, and the use of specific stone types suggest an understanding of resonance, acoustics, and vibrational properties. Some theories propose that the pyramids could concentrate cosmic or terrestrial energy, potentially influencing the human body or consciousness within the chambers. While mainstream archaeology largely treats these theories with skepticism, the consistent architectural patterns, choice of materials, and alignment with celestial bodies suggest intentionality rather than coincidence. Similarly, megalithic structures in Europe, such as Stonehenge and the Karnak stones, exhibit features that imply a sophisticated understanding of energy. Stone circles often align with solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles, while some researchers have noted that the placement and composition of stones could influence acoustic or vibrational properties. Experiments with these ancient sites reveal unusual resonances and energy effects that might have been harnessed for ceremonial or healing purposes. The integration of energy manipulation with astronomy, geometry, and ritual indicates that ancient builders viewed the universe holistically, recognizing interconnections between natural forces and human experience. In South America, the Tiwanaku and Machu Picchu complexes similarly reveal an integration of architecture with energetic principles. The precise interlocking of massive stones, the positioning of temples, and alignment with solar and stellar events suggest more than engineering skill. They indicate an awareness of environmental and cosmic energies. Some researchers propose that the orientation and shape of structures were designed to harmonize with ley lines, underground water currents, or geomagnetic fields, amplifying specific energy patterns. The recurrence of these practices across widely separated cultures points to a sophisticated and possibly universal understanding of energy in the ancient world. Energy knowledge in ancient civilizations also appears in smaller-scale artifacts. Metallic objects, amulets, and ceremonial instruments often feature geometric patterns associated with resonance, harmonic frequencies, and vibrational alignment. For example, certain pendants, rings, or statues are designed to reflect or channel light, sound, or other subtle energies, suggesting that artisans were intentionally encoding energetic properties into objects. This practice was not isolated. From the Vedic yantras in India to sacred geometry motifs in Egypt and Mesoamerica, energy principles were deeply embedded in cultural and spiritual life, demonstrating a systemic understanding of subtle forces. Furthermore, ancient texts and oral traditions often reference energy in symbolic or metaphorical terms. Egyptian texts describe the flow of life force, or Ka, while Vedic and Taoist scriptures outline principles of prana and chi, concepts that connect consciousness, vitality, and the natural world. Similarly, in South American traditions, the idea of energy paths, or sacred lines of force is evident in ceremonial landscapes. These conceptualizations of energy were integrated into architecture, ritual, and daily life, suggesting that ancient societies perceived the world as an interconnected network of forces rather than a collection of inert objects. The suppression of this knowledge over time is also evident. Energy-based understanding was often restricted to priestly or initiatory classes, encoded in secret rituals, symbols, or architectural designs. By concealing the practical applications, civilizations safeguarded the knowledge while preventing potential misuse. This secrecy, combined with the destruction of texts, monuments, and artifacts over centuries, has left modern researchers with only fragments of the original understanding. Consequently, contemporary studies of ancient energy systems are necessarily speculative, but increasingly supported by empirical observation of the sites themselves. Modern experiments and research have begun to uncover the energetic sophistication of ancient sites. Studies in acoustics, geomagnetism, and resonance reveal that many ancient structures interact with environmental and cosmic forces in ways that could not be accidental. Researchers using sound, vibration, and electromagnetic measurements have found that certain chambers and stone arrangements amplify or focus energy, sometimes producing measurable effects on human physiology or perception. While much remains theoretical, the convergence of evidence from multiple continents and cultures strongly suggests that ancient civilizations had practical knowledge of energy that was deliberately encoded into their constructions and rituals. The implications of this energy knowledge are profound. It suggests that ancient civilizations were capable of manipulating natural forces with intention and precision, potentially using these techniques for healing, ritual, or even technological purposes. The deliberate alignment of architecture, the use of sacred geometry, and the encoding of energetic principles into artifacts all point to a sophisticated understanding of forces that modern science has largely overlooked. Recognizing these practices forces a reevaluation of ancient intelligence and the depth of wisdom possessed by civilizations often dismissed as primitive. Ultimately, the ancient mastery of energy reveals a hidden layer of human knowledge, one that integrates science, spirituality, and consciousness. It challenges conventional narratives of linear progress and technological evolution, demonstrating that humanity once possessed holistic understanding of the natural world. This knowledge, preserved in architecture, artifacts, and ritual, offers tantalizing clues about the capabilities of our ancestors and potential insights lost through deliberate suppression, societal collapse, and the passage of millennia. By studying these patterns, we can begin to reconstruct the forgotten science of energy that connected humans, nature, and the cosmos in ways that remain astonishingly relevant today. One of the most fascinating and enigmatic aspects of ancient civilizations is their apparent understanding of advanced technologies that seem to defy conventional timelines and challenge the narrative of linear human progress. Across the world, from the pyramids of Egypt to the megalithic ruins of South America, and from submerged cities in Asia to ancient texts in the Middle East, there is evidence that our ancestors may have possessed knowledge and tools far beyond what mainstream history credits to them. While some of this evidence has been dismissed as myth or coincidence, Closer examination suggests that ancient societies had access to sophisticated engineering techniques, energy manipulation, and even forms of machinery that remain mysterious today. The sudden appearance of such technologies, followed by their disappearance or deliberate suppression, raises profound questions about what was truly known in the ancient world. Consider, for instance, the precision stonework of Pumapunku in Bolivia. The massive stones, some weighing over 100 tons, are cut and shaped with an accuracy that modern tools struggle to replicate. Holes drilled through these stones are perfectly cylindrical, some extending at odd angles, suggesting an advanced understanding of cutting, drilling, and material manipulation. Mainstream archaeology struggles to explain how these techniques were possible with the supposed primitive tools of the time. Some researchers propose that these civilizations had access to technologies that allowed for precise shaping, lifting, and placement of megaliths, technologies that have since been lost or deliberately concealed. The Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off the coast of Greece, offers another tantalizing example. This ancient analog device, dating back over 2,000 years, was capable of calculating the positions of celestial bodies, predicting eclipses, and tracking planetary cycles with remarkable accuracy. Its existence challenges assumptions about the technological capabilities of ancient societies and suggests a level of mechanical and mathematical sophistication previously thought impossible for that era. Similar evidence of advanced devices and knowledge appears in other parts of the world, indicating that the Greeks may have inherited or preserved knowledge from earlier civilizations rather than independently inventing such complex machinery. In Egypt, certain theories propose that the pyramids were not merely tombs but sophisticated machines designed to harness and focus energy. Some researchers argue that the materials, geometry, and internal chambers of these structures were engineered to generate vibrational energy, possibly for ceremonial, healing, or even practical technological purposes. While these ideas remain controversial, the repeated appearance of precise measurements, resonance-focused chambers, and energy-aligned geometry suggests that there was a deliberate technological component in these constructions beyond mere symbolism or burial function. Submerged cities, such as Dwarka in India and Yanaguni in Japan, add another layer of mystery. These sites display evidence of precision-cut stone blocks, terrace foundations, and architectural planning that implies advanced engineering knowledge. The submersion of these cities, likely due to rising sea levels or catastrophic events, may have contributed to the loss of this technological wisdom. What is left behind in these ruins are tantalizing clues, complex stone structures, accurate alignments, and durable construction that hint at engineering capabilities far ahead of conventional historical timelines. Ancient texts, myths, and depictions further reinforce the notion that advanced technologies existed, from Vimanas described in Indian epics, flying machines said to travel great distances, to account of Greek and Egyptian devices capable of astronomical computation or mechanical movement. There is a recurring theme of sophisticated tools and machines. While many of these accounts are dismissed as allegorical, the consistency of such descriptions across cultures and time periods suggests that these civilizations may have retained memories or even practical knowledge of advanced technological principles. The deliberate suppression of such technologies appears to be a recurring theme in human history. Powerful elites, religious authorities, and ruling classes often sought to control access to knowledge that could shift power dynamics. Technologies that could disrupt social order, challenge religious doctrine, or empower individuals beyond accepted norms were frequently hidden, encoded, or destroyed. This pattern may explain why knowledge of certain engineering, mechanical, and energy-based technologies appears suddenly, only to vanish for centuries before being rediscovered in fragments. Furthermore, the global recurrence of advanced construction and technological techniques implies either the inheritance of a shared body of knowledge from a lost civilization or independent discovery guided by universal principles that were systematically encoded and preserved. Civilizations from Egypt, South America, Mesopotamia, and Asia display striking parallels in engineering, geometry, and alignment, suggesting a network of knowledge transmission that transcended geography and conventional historical timelines. These parallels challenge the notion that such technologies were coincidental or isolated, pointing instead to a deliberate preservation of practical and applied knowledge. The implications of ancient advanced technologies are staggering. They suggest that human potential in the past may have far exceeded what is acknowledged in modern scholarship. Knowledge of energy manipulation, precise engineering, mechanical computation, and even aerial devices indicates that civilizations may have possessed the tools and understanding necessary to accomplish feats that today are considered impossible. The systematic erasure of this knowledge, through natural disasters, deliberate suppression, or the gradual loss of practical expertise, has left modern humanity reconstructing pieces of a once sophisticated technological heritage. Ultimately, the evidence of advanced ancient technologies challenges the linear narrative of human progress. It suggests that civilizations were capable of developing, preserving, and applying knowledge that allowed them to manipulate materials, energy, and machinery in ways that modern science is only beginning to grasp. The sudden disappearance of this knowledge, coupled with its preservation in myths, artifacts, and enigmatic constructions, underscores a hidden history of technological mastery that mainstream narratives have largely overlooked. By studying these patterns, we gain insight into a forgotten chapter of human ingenuity, one in which our ancestors may have been far more advanced than previously imagined, and in which lost technologies still hold the potential to reshape our understanding of history and possibility. One of the most compelling mysteries surrounding ancient civilizations is the extraordinary precision with which they constructed and aligned massive monuments, suggesting not only advanced engineering, but also a profound understanding of natural forces and measurement systems. Across the globe, from the pyramids of Egypt to the megalithic complexes of South America, and from the stone circles of Europe to submerged structures in Asia, ancient builders demonstrated an uncanny ability to manipulate materials and space with incredible accuracy. What makes these feats particularly astonishing is that many of these constructions predate the tools and technologies traditionally thought necessary for such precision. The repetition of similar techniques across cultures separated by vast distances suggests a shared or inherited body of knowledge that has largely been lost to history. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza stands as an unparalleled testament to the sophistication of ancient measurement and construction methods. Each of the limestone blocks is cut with remarkable accuracy, with seams so tight that even a razor blade cannot fit between some stones. The pyramid's base aligns almost perfectly with the cardinal points, while the dimensions reflect mathematical constants, such as pi symbol, and the golden ratio, phi. Scholars have debated how such precision was possible without modern surveying tools, leveling instruments, or standardized measurements. The prevailing theories of ramps and manual labor fail to account for the geometric exactness, suggesting the ancients possessed advanced techniques for measurement, alignment, and placement that remain mysterious. Similarly, the megalithic ruins of South America, particularly Pumapunku and Tiwanaku in Bolivia, reveal stonework of astonishing accuracy. Stones weighing dozens, sometimes hundreds, of tons were quarried, shaped, and transported with incredible precision, some interlocking like pieces of a complex puzzle. Holes drilled into stones are perfectly cylindrical, some at angles that would be nearly impossible to achieve with primitive tools. This precision suggests a detailed understanding of geometry, leverage, and perhaps techniques unknown to modern engineers. The recurrence of such engineering mastery across sites separated by thousands of miles raises the possibility that advanced knowledge was either shared globally or inherited from a much earlier civilization. In Europe, structures such as Stonehenge, Newgrange, and the Karnak stones demonstrate a similar focus on precision and alignment. The positioning of stones aligns with solstices, equinoxes, and other significant astronomical events. The labor, planning, and measurement required to accomplish this with rudimentary tools would have been immense. Yet these constructions not only achieved functional accuracy, but were often designed to enhance acoustics, create visual effects, or manipulate energy in ways that suggest an integrated understanding of architecture, astronomy, and natural forces. Submerged structures add an additional layer of intrigue. Underwater ruins such as Yanaguni in Japan, Dwarka in India, and submerged cities off the Mediterranean coastline display massive stone blocks arranged with extraordinary precision. Some blocks exhibit perfectly straight edges, right angles, and interlocking features that indicate meticulous planning. Their submersion, likely due to rising sea levels or catastrophic events, preserve the evidence of precision construction and hints at a level of engineering sophistication far earlier than mainstream timelines acknowledge. The ability to construct durable structures under such environmental conditions points to an advanced understanding of materials, balance, and structural stability. The global recurrence of precise construction suggests a deliberate effort to standardize knowledge and preserve it across generations. Architectural plans, measurement units, and proportional systems appear encoded in monuments, temples, and sacred landscapes. These techniques were likely transmitted through initiatory schools, apprenticeships, and symbolic representations, ensuring that knowledge could endure even societal upheavals or deliberate erasure. By encoding precise measurements into long-lasting stone constructions, civilizations created durable repositories of knowledge that could survive natural disasters, invasions, and the loss of written records. Even smaller-scale artifacts reflect the same principles of precision. Stone carving, ceremonial tools, and metallic objects often exhibit meticulous proportions and symmetrical designs that reveal an advanced understanding of geometry and measurement. In some cases, these objects may have functioned as teaching tools or standards for construction, allowing knowledge to be preserved and replicated over generations. The integration of mathematical and geometrical precision across scales, from monumental architecture to handheld artifacts, demonstrates a holistic approach to knowledge that combines practical application, spiritual meaning, and preservation. The implications of these findings are profound. Precision in construction indicates not only technical skill, but also a deep understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and material properties. It suggests that ancient civilizations possessed knowledge systems far more advanced than traditionally recognized, capable of integrating engineering, energy, and cosmic principles into their designs. The sudden appearance of such precision, followed by periods in which this knowledge appears lost, hints at the possibility of deliberate suppression, catastrophic loss, or the existence of an earlier, forgotten advanced civilization. Ultimately, the precision of ancient construction challenges conventional assumptions about human development and technological capability. These structures were not the product of trial and error or primitive ingenuity. They reflect a deliberate, systematic, and highly sophisticated understanding of geometry, engineering, and measurement. By studying these monuments, modern researchers can begin to uncover the methods, principles, and knowledge systems that allowed ancient civilizations to achieve feats that continue to astonish and puzzle contemporary science. The evidence suggests that our ancestors were not merely builders. They were keepers of profound and deliberately preserved wisdom, encoded in stone, awaiting rediscovery. One of the most perplexing aspects of ancient civilizations is their apparent mastery of astronomical knowledge that in some cases surpasses what modern scholars previously thought possible without telescopes, computers, or advanced mathematical tools. Across the globe, civilizations meticulously observed celestial bodies, mapped their movements, and integrated this understanding into calendars, architecture, rituals, and governance. This widespread sophistication in astronomy is not isolated to a single culture. Rather, it appears as a recurring theme in Egypt, Mesopotamia, Mesoamerica, India, and beyond. The precision, consistency, and application of this knowledge raise profound questions. How did these ancient peoples acquire such understanding, and why was it often concealed or lost over time? In Egypt, the alignment of temples, pyramids, and obelisks demonstrates a deep comprehension of celestial mechanics. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, is precisely aligned to the cardinal points, and its internal shafts point toward significant stars such as Sirius and Orion's belt. This alignment was not merely decorative. It had practical and spiritual significance. The rising of Sirius coincided with the annual flooding of the Nile, which was critical for agriculture, while Orion's belt was associated with Osiris, the god of resurrection and cosmic order. By encoding astronomical knowledge into monumental architecture, the Egyptians created enduring instruments that connected the rhythms of the cosmos with the rhythms of human society. Mesopotamian civilizations, such as the Babylonians and Sumerians, further exemplify advanced astronomical understanding. They developed complex lunar and solar calendars, recorded celestial events with remarkable accuracy, and predicted phenomena such as eclipses. Clay tablets from these cultures reveal detailed observations of planetary motion, including the orbits of Venus and Jupiter, and sophisticated calculations that allow for the creation of precise calendars and the timing of agricultural, religious, and governmental activities. The integration of observational astronomy with mathematics enabled Mesopotamian astronomers to predict celestial events centuries in advance, demonstrating both patience and an extraordinary commitment to systematic knowledge preservation. In Mesoamerica, the Maya civilization achieved astronomical precision that remains astonishing. Their long count calendar, along with the Tsokin and Hobb cycles, allowed them to track solar years, lunar months, and planetary cycles with incredible accuracy. Observatories such as El Caracol in Chichen Itza enabled detailed observation of Venus, which played a central role in ritual and governance. The Mayans even accounted for the precession of the equinoxes and synchronized their ceremonial activities with the rising and setting of key stars. This level of sophistication suggests not only careful observation, but also advanced mathematical computation and a deep understanding of celestial mechanics, knowledge that was systematically preserved and encoded across generations. Ancient Indian astronomy also exhibits extraordinary sophistication. The Vedic texts, such as the Vedanga Jyotisha, describe precise calculations of planetary movements, lunar phases, and solar cycles, while observatories like Jantar Mantar demonstrate large-scale instruments designed to track celestial bodies with remarkable accuracy. Indian astronomers understood the significance of solstices, equinoxes, and eclipses, incorporating this knowledge into rituals, agriculture, and governance. Their systems relied on both observation and calculation, revealing a fusion of empirical study and abstract mathematics that allowed for highly accurate astronomical prediction. The use of celestial alignment and observation extended beyond practical applications to spiritual and energetic purposes. Many ancient structures were constructed to mark solstices, equinoxes, lunar cycles, and planetary positions, often reflecting belief that celestial events influence terrestrial energy, human consciousness, and spiritual practices. In this sense, astronomy was not just a scientific endeavor. It was intertwined with cosmology, ritual, and human consciousness, creating a holistic system in which the movements of the heavens were mirrored in human society. The global recurrence of advanced astronomical knowledge is particularly striking. Civilizations separated by vast distances, with no known contact, independently developed precise calendars, celestial alignments, and observation methods. This suggests either a shared ancestral knowledge transmitted across continents or the existence of universal principles that multiple civilizations discovered and encoded in remarkably similar ways. The consistent appearance of complex astronomical understanding in disparate cultures challenges the conventional historical narrative of isolated, primitive societies gradually learning over time. The deliberate concealment and selective transmission of astronomical knowledge is another recurring theme. Advanced observations and calculations were often restricted to priestly or initiatory classes, encoded in rituals, myths, and symbolic structures. By limiting access, civilizations preserved the integrity and practical use of this knowledge while preventing potential misuse. This secrecy may also explain why some of the most sophisticated astronomical systems appear to have been lost or forgotten, only to be partially reconstructed through careful study of remaining monuments, texts, and artifacts. Modern research increasingly validates the sophistication of ancient astronomy. Studies of monuments, star maps, and archaeological artifacts reveal precise alignments with celestial events that could not have been coincidental. Even subtle features, such as the orientation of individual stones or the slope of passageways, correspond to solar, lunar, and stellar cycles, demonstrating a deliberate integration of observation, calculation, and construction. These findings challenge the notion that ancient civilizations were technologically or scientifically primitive, and instead highlight a level of astronomical mastery that rivaled or even exceeded early modern understanding in some areas. Ultimately, the evidence of advanced astronomy across multiple civilizations suggests that ancient peoples had profound understanding of the cosmos, integrated into practical, spiritual, and architectural systems. They measured time, predicted celestial events, and harmonized human activity with the rhythms of the universe, creating a legacy that continues to fascinate and challenge modern scholars. This sophisticated knowledge, often encoded in architecture, myth, and ritual, points to a lost or deliberately hidden heritage of astronomical science, one that hints at humanity's deep, enduring connection to the stars and the hidden wisdom that guided ancient civilizations for millennia. One of the most captivating and controversial aspects of ancient civilizations is their apparent understanding of medicine and human biology, knowledge that in some cases seems astonishingly advanced for the time and far beyond what conventional histories acknowledge. Across the ancient world, from Egypt and India to Greece, China, and the Americas, there's evidence that societies possess sophisticated medical techniques, including surgery, anatomy, pharmacology, and holistic healing practices. These practices were often intertwined with spiritual and energetic principles, reflecting a comprehensive approach to human health that integrated the physical, mental, and energetic dimensions. The sophistication and consistency of this knowledge raised questions about its origin, its deliberate concealment, and why so much of it has been lost to history. In Egypt, medical papyri, such as the Ebers Papyrus and Edwin Smith Papyrus, reveal a remarkably detailed understanding of anatomy, diagnosis, and treatment. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, for instance, describes surgical techniques for treating fractures, wounds, and even brain injuries, including observations of the brain's role in controlling the body, a concept that would not be widely accepted in Western medicine until millennia later. Treatments included splints, suture, and antiseptics derived from natural substances, demonstrating both practical skill and empirical observation. The integration of medical practice with spiritual and energetic concepts, such as the use of charms, amulets, and incantations, indicate a holistic understanding of health, combining physiology with the subtle forces of life. In India, the ancient system of Ayurveda presents a comprehensive medical framework that links anatomy, physiology, nutrition, and consciousness. Texts like the Sushruta Samhita and Charaka Samhita describe surgical procedures, internal medicine, and herbal pharmacology in remarkable detail. Sushruta, often referred to as a father of surgery, documented techniques for procedures including rhinoplasty, cataract surgery, and the treatment of fractures, many of which remain relevant today. Ayurvedic practice also emphasizes the balance of energy systems within the body, dashas and chakras, highlighting a sophisticated understanding of human physiology that integrates mental, emotional, and energetic health with physical treatments. Traditional Chinese medicine offers another example of advanced ancient medical knowledge. The Huangdi Neijing and other classical texts describe acupuncture, moxibustion, herbal remedies, and an intricate understanding of meridians and energy channels. These systems demonstrate a practical awareness of the body's energy flows, correlating specific points and techniques with healing effects. Chinese physicians were able to treat illnesses, manipulate energy, and maintain holistic health without the benefit of modern imaging or laboratory analysis, suggesting an empirical approach to anatomy and physiology combined with intuitive and energetic insight. Even in the Americas, evidence of advanced medical knowledge is apparent. The Inca, Maya, and other indigenous civilizations practiced cranial surgery, trepanation, with surprisingly high success rates, as evidenced by healed skulls discovered in archaeological sites. These procedures were performed with precision, often without anesthesia in the modern sense, yet many patients survived and recovered, indicating careful observation, technique, and an understanding of human anatomy. Herbal medicine and ritual healing were integrated into these practices, reflecting a holistic approach similar to that found in the Old World. The repetition of sophisticated medical knowledge across civilizations raises intriguing questions about its origin. How did societies separated by vast distances develop such advanced techniques independently? Were these discoveries made independently, or were they inherited from a common ancestral source of wisdom? Furthermore, many ancient medical practices were deliberately restricted to priestly or initiatory classes, encoded in secret texts, oral traditions, and rituals to preserve the integrity of the knowledge and prevent misuse. This selective transmission ensured that medical wisdom survived despite societal upheavals, invasions, and deliberate erasure. Ancient texts also reveal an understanding of anatomy and physiology that was surprisingly accurate. Egyptians recognized the importance of the heart, brain, and circulatory system. Indians understood the interconnection between organs, energy channels, and consciousness. The Greeks described humoral theory and observed the effects of diet, lifestyle, and environment on health. Across cultures, there is a recurring theme. Health was viewed as a balance of energies, environmental harmony, and internal alignment, rather than simply the absence of disease. Such a holistic perspective resonates with modern integrative and functional medicine, suggesting that ancient practices were both practical and deeply insightful. Moreover, the application of medicine was often linked with energy, vibration, and spiritual awareness. Healing rituals, mantras, chants, sacred geometry, and even architecture were sometimes used to influence human health and consciousness. Ancient temples, pyramids, and ceremonial sites were believed to harness or channel energy for therapeutic purposes, creating environments that supported physical and spiritual well-being. This integration of medicine, energy, and spirituality underscores a sophisticated worldview in which the human body was understood as a multidimensional system interacting with cosmic and terrestrial forces. The implications of this ancient medical knowledge are profound. It suggests that our ancestors possessed a far-reaching understanding of the human body, its energy systems, and its connection to the environment. Much of this knowledge was deliberately concealed, lost, or suppressed over time, leaving modern researchers to piece together fragments from texts, artifacts, and archaeological evidence. The survival of these fragments across continents indicates not only the practical effectiveness of ancient medicine, but also its enduring cultural and spiritual significance. Ultimately, the study of ancient medicine challenges conventional narratives of human history. It demonstrates that civilizations once possessed highly sophisticated knowledge of anatomy, surgery, pharmacology, and energy-based healing, knowledge that integrated science, observation, and spirituality in ways that modern medicine is only beginning to appreciate. By examining these practices, we gain insight into a forgotten dimension of human understanding, revealing that our ancestors were capable of achieving medical feats that rival or even surpass what was believed possible in later centuries. This knowledge, carefully preserved, encoded, and sometimes hidden, continues to inspire and challenge modern perceptions of history, health, and human potential. One of the most astonishing yet overlooked aspects of ancient civilizations is their understanding of natural forces and environmental engineering, knowledge that allowed them to manipulate water, energy, and materials in ways that modern societies often struggle to replicate. Across the globe, from Mesopotamia and Egypt to South America, India, and Europe, evidence shows that ancient peoples had an intimate understanding of hydraulics, energy flow, acoustics, and environmental balance. These civilizations didn't just survive in harsh or unpredictable environments. They thrived, constructing cities, monuments, and agricultural systems that harmonize with nature, often in ways that modern engineers and scientists can barely explain. The sophistication of this knowledge and its deliberate encoding into physical structures and cultural practices suggests a level of environmental mastery far beyond what conventional history acknowledges. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, advanced irrigation systems reveal an extraordinary understanding of water management. Canals, reservoirs, and levees were constructed to control the flooding of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, allowing crops to flourish despite unpredictable conditions. This was not haphazard engineering. The canals were carefully measured, leveled, and directed to optimize flow and prevent erosion. In addition, the use of underground cisterns and aqueducts in cities like Uruk and Babylon demonstrates a precise knowledge of hydraulics, water pressure, and distribution. These innovations enable the growth of large urban centers and reflect a deep comprehension of environmental forces and engineering principles. In Egypt, the Nile River was both a lifeline and a source of technological ingenuity. Beyond building canals and dikes, the Egyptians developed sophisticated methods to predict flooding cycles, using astronomical observation to time planning and harvest. Monumental structures such as the pyramids and temples were often strategically sited to take advantage of the terrain, sunlight, and water sources. Even more intriguingly, some researchers propose that the pyramid geometry and placement may have had an effect on the flow of natural energies, potentially interacting with electromagnetic fields or resonance patterns. Whether or not these theories are fully validated, the repeated alignment of monuments with natural and cosmic forces indicates a deliberate integration of environmental knowledge into architectural planning. In South America, civilizations like the Incas and Tiwanaku mastered engineering on steep mountain slopes, constructing terraces, aqueducts, and drainage systems that prevented erosion and preserved fertile soil. The Inca roads, bridges, and agricultural terraces demonstrate an intricate understanding of topography, gravity, and material properties. Certain stone walls and constructions appear to channel water and energy efficiently, reflecting both practical engineering and possible energetic awareness. The precision of stone cutting, interlocking blocks, and careful placement indicates that environmental engineering was not simply functional, but intertwined with knowledge of natural forces and long-term sustainability. India also provides remarkable examples of ancient environmental engineering. Harappan cities, such as Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, featured highly sophisticated drainage systems, wells, and baths, showing a mastery of urban planning, water management, and public hygiene. Step wells, tanks, and canals were designed to maximize water conservation in arid regions, reflecting a deep understanding of hydrology and sustainable practices. Furthermore, certain temples and sacred structures were constructed with precise orientation to maximize airflow, sunlight, and acoustic properties, indicating an awareness of environmental factors beyond the purely practical. Even in Europe, megalithic structures and sacred sites reveal an understanding of energy and environmental manipulation. Stone circles, burial mounds, and temples were often sited to capture sunlight, align with solstices, or interact with the natural terrain and geomagnetic forces. Some researchers suggest that these locations were deliberately chosen to create amplified energy zones, resonant spaces, or sacred landscapes, demonstrating a blend of practical observation and esoteric knowledge. The repetition of these practices across continents points to a common principle. Ancient civilizations observed, understood, and harmonized with the forces of nature to enhance life, ritual, and technological capability. The integration of environmental and energetic knowledge extended beyond architecture and urban planning into agriculture, ritual, and daily life. Crops were planted according to solar and lunar cycles. Water systems were engineered to maintain balance and fertility, and sacred sites were positioned to maximize cosmic and terrestrial energy. These practices reflect a holistic worldview in which humans, nature, and the cosmos were interconnected, and where knowledge of natural forces was both practical and sacred. By encoding this understanding into monuments, texts, and oral traditions, civilizations ensured its survival even when physical evidence or societal continuity was disrupted. The deliberate preservation of environmental knowledge was also tied to social control and initiation. Advanced techniques were often restricted to priests, engineers, or initiates, ensuring that only trained individuals could manipulate the environment, harness energy, or apply technological methods safely. This secrecy helped maintain social order and prevent misuse while protecting the integrity of the knowledge itself. It also explains why much of this understanding appears lost to modern society. It was intentionally encoded, concealed, or fragmented to survive through oral transmission, architecture, and ritual. Ultimately, the mastery of natural forces and environmental engineering demonstrates that ancient civilizations were far more sophisticated than conventional histories allow. They possess practical knowledge of hydraulics, materials, energy flow, and ecological balance, integrated with spiritual, astronomical, and symbolic awareness. By studying the remnants of these systems, modern researchers can begin to understand the depth of ancient wisdom and its application to both survival and technology. The evidence suggests that our ancestors were not simply adapting to their environment, they were actively harmonizing with it, creating sustainable, functional, and energetically aligned civilizations whose lessons remain relevant and astonishing even today. One of the most mysterious and tantalizing aspects of ancient civilizations is the apparent existence of secret knowledge, wisdom deliberately hidden, encoded, or restricted to select groups, often tied to spirituality, science, and technology. Across continents and cultures, evidence suggests that ancient societies maintained esoteric schools, initiatory orders, and priestly classes that preserved information unavailable to the general population. This knowledge encompassed a wide range of disciplines: mathematics, astronomy, medicine, energy manipulation, construction techniques, and spiritual understanding. The secrecy surrounding this information has fueled speculation for centuries, leaving historians and researchers with tantalizing fragments, symbols, and monuments that hint at an intentionally concealed intellectual and technological heritage. In Egypt, the priesthood was central to the preservation of knowledge. Temples were not only centers of worship, but also repositories of scientific and mystical wisdom. Priests studied astronomy, medicine, mathematics, and ritual practices, often encoding their teachings in symbols, hieroglyphs, and architectural alignments. Certain chambers and texts were deliberately restricted to initiates, ensuring that only those trained and spiritually prepared could access the most profound wisdom. This secrecy was designed to protect knowledge from misuse and preserve its integrity over generations. The Great Pyramid itself may have served as a physical manifestation of encoded knowledge, with its precise geometry, celestial alignments, and internal passages containing hidden mathematical, astronomical, and energetic information accessible only to those who understood the keys to interpret it. In India, mystery schools within Vedic and later Tantric traditions safeguarded esoteric wisdom. Priests and scholars studied complex mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and the manipulation of subtle energy systems, prana and chakras, often transmitting knowledge orally or through coded symbols in texts such as the Vedas and Upanishads. The use of initiatory practices and mantras ensured that the most advanced techniques were not publicly disclosed, preserving the sanctity and efficacy of the teachings. These schools created a deliberate hierarchy of knowledge, allowing society to function while safeguarding potent information that could alter perceptions, health, and technological capacity if misused. Similarly, in Greece, the mystery schools, such as those associated with Eleusis, Pythagoras, and Orphic traditions, preserved advanced philosophical, mathematical, and metaphysical knowledge. Pythagoras and his followers, for instance, maintained strict secrecy about their mathematical discoveries, musical harmonics, and numerical theories, believing that such wisdom could only be properly understood and applied by disciplined and morally prepared initiates. This approach ensured that knowledge of cosmic patterns, ratios, and energies was transmitted safely, linking scientific understanding with spiritual development. In Mesoamerica, the Maya and other civilizations maintained priestly classes responsible for observing celestial cycles, maintaining calendars, and performing rituals based on astronomical knowledge. Access to these systems was tightly controlled, ensuring that only trained individuals could interpret and apply the information accurately. This secrecy was crucial because their knowledge of planetary cycles, eclipses, and cosmic patterns guided agriculture, governance, and ceremonial life. The encoded astronomical data in temples, observatories, and codices reflects deliberate transmission strategies that preserve knowledge while shielding it from misuse or misinterpretation. The deliberate concealment of knowledge also appears in esoteric architecture. Megalithic sites, pyramid, and sacred complexes often feature complex alignments, hidden chambers, and symbolic geometry that encode information in a way that only those with proper training or insight could decode. For example, certain passageways in the Great Pyramid of Giza or the intricate design of Tiwanaku may have functioned as teaching tools, guiding initiates through a symbolic journey that revealed hidden mathematical, astronomical, or energetic principles. Without the key to interpret the symbols and structures, much of the knowledge remained inaccessible, preserved across generations, yet hidden in plain sight. The existence of secret knowledge also explains why certain advanced techniques and technologies appear suddenly and disappear just as abruptly in the historical record. Practices in construction, medicine, energy manipulation, and astronomy that were once highly developed often vanished when initiatory schools were disbanded. Civilizations fell, or knowledge was deliberately suppressed. This selective preservation and concealment created gaps in the historical record, making it appear as though ancient civilizations were less advanced than they truly were. Even myths, religious texts, and folklore can be interpreted as carriers of hidden wisdom. Symbolic stories, allegories, and coded language were often designed to communicate complex principles without revealing practical applications to the uninitiated. For instance, references to sacred geometry, energy flow, or advanced technology in myths and epics may have been intended as metaphoric lessons for those who could decode the symbolic language. This practice allowed civilizations to preserve knowledge while protecting it from misinterpretation or misuse. The implications of secret knowledge in the ancient world are profound. It suggests that humanity once had access to holistic wisdom that integrated science, spirituality, and practical application. The deliberate concealment of this knowledge, combined with catastrophic events, invasions, and cultural suppression, contributed to the erasure of much of this understanding from the historical record. By studying the remnants of esoteric schools, architectural symbolism, ancient texts, and mythologies, modern researchers can begin to reconstruct a hidden lineage of wisdom that was once deliberately safeguarded, offering insights into advanced thinking, holistic science, and human potential that challenge conventional history. Ultimately, the global pattern of secret knowledge points to an ancient understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, cosmos, Earth, human consciousness, and technology. These civilizations recognize the power of knowledge and the responsibility required to wield it, encoding it in forms that would survive time, yet remain protected from misuse. The existence of these hidden systems suggests that what we consider the beginning of advanced knowledge may actually be the rediscovery of wisdom deliberately preserved, hidden, and encoded by our ancestors to guide humanity when it was ready to comprehend its full significance. One of the most intriguing aspects of ancient civilizations is the pervasive use of symbolism, sacred geometry, and encoded knowledge to transmit information across generations, a system designed to preserve advanced wisdom even in the absence of written records. Across the globe, from Egypt and Mesopotamia to India, Mesoamerica and Europe, sacred monuments, temples, megaliths, and artifacts are adorned with patterns, proportions, and alignments that carry meanings far beyond their apparent aesthetic or functional purposes. This encoded knowledge was often intended for initiates or those trained to interpret the symbols, effectively creating a hidden layer of education and understanding that could survive societal collapse, invasions, or deliberate erasure. The study of symbolism and sacred geometry reveals an intricate web of mathematics, cosmology, and energy principles that underpin ancient culture and technology. In Egypt, sacred geometry is deeply embedded in the design of pyramids, temples, and monuments. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, exhibits proportions reflecting the golden ratio, precise angles, and alignments with celestial bodies. Hieroglyphs, reliefs, and architectural features often contain symbolic codes, encoding mathematical, astronomical, and energetic knowledge. Certain chambers and passageways appear intentionally aligned to convey spiritual journeys, cosmological understanding, or access to higher knowledge for those initiated in the mysteries. These symbols were not arbitrary. They were designed to convey complex principles about the universe, human consciousness, and the forces that govern both, ensuring that knowledge could be preserved even if textual records were lost. In India, sacred geometry is foundational to temple construction, mandalas, and yantras. Temples are carefully oriented according to cardinal points and celestial alignments, with proportions that encode mathematical and cosmological principles. Mandalas and yantras use geometric patterns to represent energy flows, spiritual principles, and cosmic relationships, serving both as teaching tools and meditative instruments. The repetition of these geometric patterns across various scales, from architectural layouts to portable ritual objects, demonstrates a deliberate strategy to encode complex knowledge in forms that are both durable and accessible to those trained to interpret them. Similarly, in Mesoamerica, the Maya, Aztec, and Inca civilizations encoded astronomical, mathematical, and energetic knowledge into architecture and art. Temples, pyramids, and observatories were precisely aligned to track solar, lunar, and planetary cycles. Symbolic carvings, reliefs, and codices often feature numbers, shapes, and patterns with dual purposes, aesthetic and educational. These geometric and symbolic codes allowed civilizations to preserve knowledge about astronomy, cycles of time, and energy flow in ways that could survive even the destruction of texts or political upheaval. In Europe, megalithic sites such as Stonehenge, Newgrange, and the Karnak stones also reflect sacred geometry and symbolic encoding. Stone circles, burial mounds, and ceremonial alignments often correspond with solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles. Acoustic properties, sightlines, and structural relationships indicate that geometry and placement were used to focus energy, convey symbolic meaning, or facilitate ritual experiences. These constructions were more than mere monuments. They were repositories of encoded knowledge, designed to teach, guide, and protect wisdom over millennia. The deliberate encoding of knowledge extended to materials, proportions, and spatial relationships. Ancient builders understood that the choice of stone, the orientation of walls, and proportions of chambers could influence resonance, energy flow, and human perception. Sacred geometry was often used to harmonize structures with natural forces, such as the sun, stars, and magnetic fields, demonstrating a sophisticated integration of mathematics, physics, and spirituality. These principles were encoded in such a way that only those trained to interpret them could fully access their significance, creating a protected system of wisdom. Symbolism in sacred geometry also served as a mnemonic device, allowing complex knowledge to be transmitted orally or visually. By embedding information in geometric patterns, symbolic artwork, or architectural design, ancient societies ensured that essential principles could survive even if textual or oral traditions were disrupted. This encoded knowledge often bridged multiple disciplines, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and energy manipulation, allowing initiates to access holistic wisdom that was both practical and spiritual. Moreover, the recurrence of these symbolic and geometric patterns across continents suggests either a shared origin of knowledge or a universal recognition of underlying cosmic principles. From Egypt to India, Mesoamerica, and Europe, similar ratios, alignments, and forms appear, hinting at a deliberate preservation of wisdom that transcended geography and culture. The universality of sacred geometry implies a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of nature, human consciousness, and cosmic order, knowledge deliberately encoded for posterity. The implications of this encoded wisdom are staggering. It suggests that ancient civilizations possessed not only advanced technical and scientific knowledge, but also a deep understanding of human perception, consciousness, and energy. By embedding this knowledge in symbols, geometry, and architecture, they created durable repositories of wisdom capable of surviving destruction, societal collapse, and deliberate attempts to erase it. Modern researchers are only beginning to decode these patterns, uncovering layers of insight that reveal a holistic understanding of the universe, human potential, and the hidden technologies of the ancients. Ultimately, the study of sacred geometry and symbolic encoding demonstrates that ancient civilizations were far more sophisticated than often acknowledged. They developed intricate systems to preserve knowledge across time, encoding wisdom in ways that were both protective and enlightening. This knowledge integrated science, mathematics, energy, and spirituality, creating a legacy that challenges conventional historical narratives and offers a tantalizing glimpse into a hidden intellectual and technological heritage. By exploring these symbols, patterns, and alignments, modern observers can begin to uncover the principles that guided our ancestors, revealing a hidden history and knowledge deliberately preserved for those ready to understand its full significance. One of the most fascinating and mysterious aspects of ancient civilizations is the presence of artifacts, monuments, and structures that defy explanation by conventional archaeology, often hinting at advanced knowledge, lost technologies, or contact with unknown forces. These anomalies, sometimes called out-of-place artifacts or old parts, are scattered across the globe, from precision-cut stones of South America to ancient tools, carvings, and metallic objects that challenge our understanding of historical timelines. While mainstream historians and archaeologists often dismiss these anomalies as coincidence, misinterpretation, or exaggeration, a careful examination suggests that they point to a deeper, hidden layer of knowledge deliberately preserved or intentionally erased. By studying these mysterious objects, researchers can glimpse the sophistication of ancient civilizations and the possibility that humanity's history is far more complex than commonly believed. In South America, Pumapunku and Tiwanaku stand out as striking examples of engineering that appears to surpass the technological capabilities attributed to their time. Massive stones, some weighing over 100 tons, are cut with astonishing precision, with perfectly straight edges, right angles, and interlocking joints that resemble modern machinery techniques. Many stones feature drilled holes at precise angles and depths, a feat that seems impossible using primitive tools. These constructions raise critical questions. How did ancient civilizations achieve such precision, and what tools or methods did they use? The apparent sophistication of these structures suggests a lost understanding of geometry, engineering, and material science, preserved in ways that modern science struggles to replicate. The Antikythera mechanism from Greece provides another tantalizing example. This ancient analog computer, recovered from a shipwreck, could calculate the movement of celestial bodies, predict eclipses, and track the lunar and solar cycles with incredible accuracy. Dated over 2,000 years ago, it suggests a level of technological sophistication previously thought impossible for the ancient Greeks. The mechanism's complexity implies not only mechanical ingenuity, but also an understanding of astronomy and mathematics that surpasses a conventional historical timeline. Similar examples appear sporadically across the globe, suggesting that advanced technological knowledge may have existed far earlier than recorded history acknowledges. In Egypt, certain artifacts and structures hint at advanced understanding as well. Precision-cut stones, complex architectural alignments, and mysterious objects, such as dendrolite carvings or intricate metallic items, point toward knowledge that seems anachronistic for their era. While mainstream explanations often resort to symbolic or religious interpretations, the technical aspect of these artifacts suggests practical applications, possibly involving energy, optics, or other sciences that were deliberately encoded or partially lost over time. The repeated occurrence of such anomalies in multiple contexts suggests intentionality rather than coincidence, indicating that these civilizations may have possessed knowledge systematically withheld from later generations. Even smaller artifacts raise profound questions. Ancient tools, metallic objects, carvings, and statues sometimes display characteristics that defy conventional explanations. For example, certain metallic beads, composite materials, or mechanical models exhibit tolerances, hardness, and precision that would challenge modern manufacturing without advanced metallurgy or engineering techniques. Some researchers propose that these objects were remnants of lost technologies or applied knowledge that was deliberately hidden to prevent its misuse. Their survival across millennia suggests a deliberate effort to preserve advanced knowledge in tangible forms, even as textual records and broader societal understanding disappeared. The recurrence of these anomalies across continents implies that this advanced knowledge was either shared globally or inherited from a lost ancestral civilization. Civilizations in Egypt, South America, Asia, and Europe display remarkable parallels in construction techniques, measurement standards, and astronomical alignment. The similarity of precision-cut stones, mathematical ratios, and engineering methods suggests that these societies were part of a broader network of knowledge transmission, or that they independently rediscovered principles based on universal natural laws. Either scenario challenges the linear, isolated development narrative commonly presented in history textbooks. Many of these anomalous artifacts and structures may have been deliberately concealed, encoded, or destroyed over time. Catastrophes, invasions, and social upheaval often led to the loss of knowledge, while elite or priestly classes may have restricted access to advanced techniques for political or spiritual reasons. This selective preservation has left modern researchers with only tantalizing fragments, clues to a sophisticated understanding of the world that was systematically hidden, partially erased, or misinterpreted by subsequent generations. The study of out-of-place artifacts and unexplained structures provide a window into the hidden capabilities of ancient civilizations. They reveal not just technical mastery, but also a sophisticated integration of mathematics, astronomy, engineering, and possibly energy manipulation. These anomalies compel us to reconsider the limitations imposed by conventional timelines and entertain the possibility that humanity's ancestors were far more advanced than widely recognized. Ultimately, these unexplained artifacts, structures, and anomalies suggest a forgotten chapter of human history, one in which civilizations mastered techniques and knowledge that were deliberately preserved, encoded, or concealed. By examining these remnants, modern researchers can begin to reconstruct lost sciences, rediscover hidden technologies, and reevaluate humanity's potential and intellectual heritage. These mysterious objects are not just curiosities. They are powerful reminders that history is far richer, more complex, and more enigmatic than the official narrative allows. They challenge us to explore the boundaries between the known and the unknown, and to reconsider the sophistication and ingenuity of our ancestors. One of the most enigmatic and compelling mysteries of ancient civilizations is the suggestion that they possess knowledge of energy, vibration, and subtle forces, principles that modern science is only beginning to explore. Across continents, from the temples of Egypt to the megalithic sites of Europe, the pyramids of South America, and sacred structures in Asia, there's evidence that ancient builders deliberately integrated energy principles into their constructions. These sites are not merely architectural marvels. They appear designed to harness, focus, or amplify natural energies, creating effects on the environment, human consciousness, and possibly even matter itself. The recurrence of energy-based design across widely separated civilizations hints at a shared understanding of natural laws, or a lost body of knowledge deliberately encoded into the built environment. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza exemplifies the integration of energy principles in construction. Beyond its precise geometric alignment and celestial orientation, researchers have theorized that the pyramid's internal chambers and passages may have been designed to focus vibrational energy. Some experiments suggest that specific frequencies resonate within the king's chamber, creating amplified sound waves or subtle energy effects. Certain materials, such as granite, limestone, and basalt, were carefully chosen, potentially for their ability to conduct, store, or amplify energy. While mainstream archaeology often dismisses these theories as speculative, the consistency of geometric precision, material selection, and chamber alignment indicates intentionality. The ancient Egyptians may have understood principles of resonance, vibration, and energy manipulation far beyond what modern science attributes to them. In South America, the ruins of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku similarly exhibit potential energy-based design. Massive stone blocks are interlocked with extraordinary precision, forming structures that maintain stability over millennia despite seismic activity. Some researchers suggest that the orientation, interlocking design, and stone composition may have created resonance patterns, allowing the structures to interact with the Earth's energy fields or cosmic vibrations. These ancient builders may have observed natural forces, such as geomagnetic lines, ley lines, or water currents, and integrated that knowledge into their constructions to create harmonious or functional effects. The repetition of similar features across diverse sites suggests that energy-based knowledge was deliberately preserved and applied. In Europe, sites like Stonehenge, Newgrange, and the Karnak stones further demonstrate the integration of energy principles. Stone circles and passage tombs are often aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles, creating both visual and energetic interactions with celestial events. Some researchers have noted unusual acoustic properties within certain stone chambers, where sound waves are amplified or focused in ways that could enhance rituals, ceremonies, or healing practices. The selection, placement, and geometry of stones indicate not only astronomical knowledge, but also a subtle understanding of the interaction between materials, space, and energy, knowledge that could have practical, spiritual, and transformative applications. In India, sacred temples and yantras provide additional evidence of energy-based understanding. Temples are constructed according to precise geometric ratios, orientations, and spatial designs that correspond with cosmic cycles and energetic principles. Certain halls, chambers, and altar placements are designed to resonate with sound, vibration, or light in ways that amplify spiritual or energetic experiences. Yantras, with their complex geometric patterns, serve as tools to focus energy and consciousness, demonstrating that ancient knowledge extended beyond the physical world to influence perception, awareness, and subtle forces. The deliberate use of energy principles is also evident in smaller artifacts, tools, and ceremonial objects. Amulets, metallic instruments, and ritual devices often incorporate geometric shapes, resonant materials, or harmonic ratios, suggesting that they were designed to manipulate subtle energies for healing, protection, or spiritual purposes. From pendants to statues, these objects reveal that ancient civilizations encoded energy knowledge into both monumental and personal artifacts, creating a layered system of applied wisdom accessible to those trained to interpret it. Ancient texts and oral traditions frequently reference the flow of energy, vibration, or life force, though often in symbolic or allegorical terms. Egyptian texts describe Ka as the vital life energy. Indian scriptures refer to prana, chakras, and nadis. Chinese traditions speak of qi and meridians. These concepts, while expressed metaphorically, reveal a sophisticated understanding of the interaction between living beings, natural forces, and the cosmos. By integrating these principles into architecture, ritual, and daily life, ancient civilizations maintain a holistic system in which energy was recognized, measured, and applied. The recurring theme of energy manipulation across multiple continents suggests a deliberate and systematic body of knowledge. Civilizations separated by vast distances independently developed techniques to harness vibration, resonance, and cosmic forces, or inherited them from a common ancestral source. The intentionality evident in construction artifacts and ritual practices points to an understanding of energy as a fundamental principle shaping human experience, technology, and spirituality. The implications of this knowledge are profound. It challenges conventional assumptions about the capabilities of ancient civilizations, suggesting that they were not only skilled engineers and astronomers, but also practitioners of applied energy science. The loss or concealment of this wisdom over time may have contributed to humanity's modern perception of the ancients as technologically limited. Rediscovering and studying these energy principles offers potential insights into healing, consciousness, architecture, and technology that could transform contemporary understanding of the natural world. Ultimately, the evidence of energy knowledge in ancient civilizations reveals a hidden layer of human intelligence, one that integrates physics, spirituality, and applied wisdom into practical systems. These ancient societies were not merely constructing monuments. They were encoding a sophisticated understanding of the forces that shape reality itself. By investigating these sites, artifacts, and texts, modern researchers can begin to reconstruct the lost science of energy, uncovering a profound and long-suppressed dimension of human history that connects consciousness, matter, and the cosmos in ways still largely unexplored. One of the most provocative and debated mysteries of ancient civilizations revolves around the possibility that they possessed knowledge of advanced technologies. technologies that seem inexplicably sophisticated given the accepted timelines of human development. Across the globe, from Egypt and Mesopotamia to South America, India, and Europe, there are numerous examples of constructions, tools, and devices that challenge our understanding of what ancient peoples could achieve with primitive methods. These advanced technologies appear not only in monumental architecture, but also in mechanical devices, metallurgical artifacts, and symbolic representations, suggesting that humanity's ancestors may have had access to a body of applied science that was systematically lost or deliberately erased over time. In Egypt, the precision of the pyramids and other monumental structures has long perplexed engineers and historians. The Great Pyramid of Giza alone contains millions of limestone and granite blocks, some weighing several tons, cut and placed with extraordinary accuracy. Traditional explanations relying on ramps, manual labor, and simple tools often fall short of accounting for the level of precision observed, particularly in the interlocking stones, the perfectly straight seams, and the exact angles of alignment. Some researchers propose that these ancient builders employed techniques involving advanced knowledge of leverage, vibration, and possibly energy fields, methods that have been lost to history. The possibility that such technology existed raises profound questions about the origins of architectural mastery and the sophistication of human ingenuity in antiquity. In South America, the ruins of Tiwanaku, Pumapunku, and Machu Picchu provide further evidence of potentially advanced technologies. The stones used in these sites were cut with such precision that modern machinery would struggle to replicate them without leaving marks. Holes drilled at exact angles and interlocking blocks suggest the use of advanced mechanical understanding. Additionally, the transportation of massive stones over long distances, often through difficult terrain, indicates techniques that go beyond simple manpower and conventional tools. Some researchers suggest the use of unknown machines, vibration-based cutting methods, or other sophisticated technologies that were deliberately lost or suppressed over time. The Antikythera mechanism from ancient Greece provides a clear example of a mechanical device that seems far ahead of its time. This ancient analog computer was capable of predicting celestial movements, eclipses, and planetary positions with incredible accuracy. Its discovery challenges conventional timelines of technological development, suggesting that knowledge of gears, mechanics, and astronomical computation existed centuries before the Industrial Age. Similar devices may have existed elsewhere, now lost to time, leaving tantalizing gaps in our understanding of ancient technological capabilities. In India, texts like the Vedic epics and later treatises describe flying machines known as vimanas, capable of advanced aerial navigation. While these descriptions are often dismissed as mythological, some researchers argue that they could reflect preserved knowledge of technologies that allowed humans to manipulate flight, energy, or propulsion systems in ways not yet fully understood. Moreover, ancient metallurgy in India, such as the creation of Damascus steel or rust-resistant iron pillars, demonstrates techniques that were far superior to what is commonly attributed to the time. These achievements suggest that ancient civilizations possess practical knowledge that surpassed contemporary understanding, only to be lost or deliberately hidden over the centuries. Even smaller artifacts hint at advanced technological knowledge. Metallic objects, tools, and intricate carvings often display tolerances, precision, and functionality that seem anachronistic. Some metallic items show a hardness, flexibility, or resistance to corrosion that modern methods struggle to reproduce without advanced techniques. The presence of these artifacts in archaeological contexts challenges assumptions about human technological evolution, suggesting that knowledge once existed and was deliberately preserved in forms that could withstand the passage of time. The widespread occurrence of these anomalies across continents implies that advanced technologies were either transmitted between cultures or inherited from a much earlier civilization. Structures in Egypt, South America, and Europe, as well as devices in Greece and India, share similarities in precision, alignment, and functionality that defy the notion of isolated invention. The replication of specific techniques, geometric ratios, and mechanical principles across civilizations points to either a shared repository of knowledge or a universally rediscovered set of advanced methods, lost in the historical record due to catastrophes, deliberate suppression, or societal collapse. Many of these technologies appear to have been deliberately concealed or restricted to elite or initiatory classes. Priests, engineers, or ruling elites may have controlled access to advanced knowledge for reasons of power, safety, or spiritual protection. By restricting access, civilizations ensured that powerful technologies were not misused, creating gaps in historical understanding as knowledge became fragmented, encoded, or lost entirely. The selective preservation and erasure of technological knowledge could explain why such sophisticated artifacts appear suddenly, only to vanish and re-emerge centuries later. The implications of ancient advanced technologies are profound. They suggest that human civilization may have experienced periods of mastery over mechanics, energy, and materials that far exceeded contemporary assumptions. This knowledge, once lost, has left us attempting to reconstruct capabilities that our ancestors may have already perfected. By examining these artifacts, monuments, and textual references, modern researchers can begin to uncover principles that were applied in antiquity, challenging conventional historical narratives, and inspiring new approaches to technology and engineering today. Ultimately, the study of ancient technologies reveals a hidden layer of human ingenuity and sophistication. These civilizations were not merely surviving. They were experimenting, innovating, and mastering principles of mechanics, energy, and materials that have since been obscured or forgotten. The artifacts, structures, and devices that remain are more than curiosities. They are remnants of lost technological legacy that could transform our understanding of human history, capability, and potential. By piecing together these clues, we begin to recognize that the ancients may have been far more advanced than we ever imagined, and that the deliberate concealment or loss of their knowledge has shaped the way we perceive our own historical trajectory. One of the most compelling and often overlooked mysteries of ancient civilizations is their apparent understanding of consciousness, mind, and the subtle energies that connect humans with the cosmos. Across the globe, from Egypt and India to Mesoamerica, Europe, and China, evidence suggests that ancient peoples developed sophisticated systems for altering states of consciousness, enhancing mental abilities, and interacted with unseen forces. This knowledge was often encoded in ritual, architecture, art, and oral tradition, hinting at a level of psychological, energetic, and spiritual sophistication that modern science is only beginning to explore. The integration of consciousness studies into daily life governance and spiritual practice suggests that ancient civilizations recognized the human mind as a powerful tool, capable of accessing and influencing both internal and external realities. In Egypt, temples, pyramids, and sacred sites were designed not only as places of worship, but also as instruments for enhancing awareness and consciousness. Initiatory rituals often involve sensory manipulation, darkness, light, sound, and geometry to induce altered states of mind. The alignment of pyramids with celestial bodies, the use of resonance chambers, and the careful design of passageways may have amplified vibrational frequencies to facilitate meditation, spiritual insight, or transcendental experience. Texts and hieroglyphs frequently describe journeys of the soul, the awakening of inner senses, and the integration of cosmic forces with human consciousness, indicating that these practices were systematic, purposeful, and intended for initiates prepared to engage with higher levels of perception. In India, Vedic and Tantric traditions develop highly advanced techniques for consciousness expansion. Practices such as meditation, pranayama, breath control, mantra chanting, and the use of yantra as geometric energy diagrams were designed to harmonize mind, body, and energy. The chakras and nadis describe the subtle energy system within the body, providing a framework for understanding how consciousness interacts with the physical and energetic planes. Ancient texts provide precise guidance on how to awaken latent abilities, access higher states of awareness, and align individual consciousness with cosmic rhythms. These practices were not merely spiritual. They were systematic explorations of the mind's potential and its interaction with energy, vibration, and universal law. Mesoamerican civilizations, including the Maya and Aztec, similarly integrated consciousness work into ritual and architecture. Temples, pyramids, and ceremonial sites were aligned with celestial phenomena, allowing participants to synchronize with the movements of the sun, moon, and planets. Rituals often involved fasting, sensory deprivation, or entheogenic substances to expand perception and access sacred knowledge. The precise design of these structures, combined with ceremonial practices, indicates a sophisticated understanding of how environmental cues, sound, light, and geometry could influence human consciousness and facilitate direct experiential understanding of cosmic cycles. In Europe, megalithic structures such as Stonehenge, Newgrange, and the Karnak stones appear to have been designed not only for astronomical observation, but also to alter consciousness. Certain chambers amplify sound, channel light, or create a resonance within the human body, suggesting intentional use of architecture to evoke altered states. The careful placement and proportion of stones may have been used to create energy fields conducive to meditation, ritual, or healing. These sites reflect a systematic knowledge of how human perception, awareness, and energy interact with physical structures and the natural world. China offers additional evidence of ancient consciousness studies through Taoist and other esoteric traditions. Techniques for cultivating qi, balancing energy within the body, and harmonizing with cosmic forces were practiced for longevity, health, and spiritual insight. Ancient texts describe meditative states, energetic manipulations, and the opening of inner channels as methods to access higher perception and enhance cognitive abilities. These practices highlight a sophisticated understanding of the mind-body energy connection, illustrating that ancient civilizations were exploring consciousness as a tangible, manipulable phenomenon. The integration of consciousness knowledge into ancient societies often included codified rituals, initiatory schools, and restricted teachings. Only those trained in symbolic interpretation, meditation, or energetic practices could access the deeper aspects of consciousness knowledge. This ensured that the techniques were preserved, applied correctly, and safeguarded from misuse. The deliberate encoding of knowledge in ritual, architecture, and sacred geometry suggests that consciousness itself was viewed as a powerful tool, a technology of the mind that could be harnessed, measured, and applied for personal, societal, and cosmic alignment. The implications of this ancient knowledge of consciousness are profound. It suggests that humanity has long possessed capacity to influence perception, energy, and even physical reality through intentional focus and alignment with natural laws. The deliberate concealment or loss of this knowledge over time may have contributed to modern assumptions that the ancients were primitive or limited in their understanding of mind and energy. Rediscovering these practices and principles could offer insights into human potential, creativity, health, and the integration of mind, body, and cosmos. Ultimately, the study of consciousness in ancient civilizations reveals that our ancestors approached human experience as multidimensional, integrating mind, energy, and cosmic alignment into practical, spiritual, and societal systems. They recognized that consciousness was not a passive byproduct of biology, but an active force capable of influencing reality, accessing hidden knowledge, and aligning humanity with universal principles. By exploring these traditions, architecture, and rituals, modern researchers and practitioners can begin to uncover a lost science of consciousness, one that has the potential to expand our understanding of human capability and reconnect us with a hidden heritage of mind, energy, and cosmic wisdom. One of the most perplexing and fascinating mysteries of ancient civilizations is the apparent evidence that they may have had access to global or long-distance knowledge networks, allowing ideas, technologies, and wisdom to spread across continents far earlier than mainstream history admits. From Egypt to South America, India, Mesopotamia, and Europe, striking parallels in architecture, mythology, astronomical knowledge, and engineering suggest that ancient peoples were not as isolated as conventional timelines imply. These shared patterns raise profound questions. Did civilizations independently discover similar principles, or was there a deliberate transmission of knowledge that connected disparate cultures? Could there have been an ancient network of wisdom, preserved and shared through secretive or initiatory channels, that allowed for advanced knowledge to appear simultaneously across the globe? In architecture, the evidence for potential global knowledge sharing is remarkable. The precision-cut stones of Pumapunku in Bolivia bear uncanny similarities to blocks found at megalithic sites in Europe, such as Baalbek in Lebanon and the Maltese temples. The interlocking designs, precise angles, and uniformity of these stones suggest a common understanding of geometry and construction principles. Similarly, the pyramids of Egypt and the step pyramids of Mesoamerica, separated by thousands of miles and centuries, share conceptual similarities in shape, orientation, and alignment with celestial bodies. While mainstream historians often dismiss these as coincidences or independent invention, the level of sophistication and the repetition of specific design principles across continents challenges the idea that these civilizations developed such knowledge in isolation. Astronomical knowledge provides further evidence of potential global transmission. Ancient calendars, star maps, and observatories show striking similarities across cultures. The Mayan long count calendar, the Vedic astronomical calculations in India, and the Babylonian records of planetary motion all demonstrate precise observations and predictions of celestial events. Many of these systems also incorporate knowledge of precession, solstices, equinoxes, and eclipse cycles, which require long-term observation and complex mathematics. The recurrence of similar principles in widely separated civilizations suggests that knowledge of the cosmos may have been transmitted through a network of scholars, priestly classes, or initiates rather than being independently rediscovered. Mythology and symbolic language also point to shared knowledge networks. Across cultures, we see recurring themes: serpents symbolizing energy or knowledge, gods associated with the stars and planets, creation myths reflecting astronomical or geological events, and sacred geometry embedded in art and architecture. These recurring motifs suggest either a common ancestral source of cultural memory or the deliberate sharing of symbolic knowledge across civilizations. By encoding advanced knowledge in myth, symbolism, and ritual, ancient peoples could transmit complex information safely and subtly, preserving across generations and continents. Trade and travel may have facilitated some of this knowledge exchange. Maritime routes, overland trade paths, and migratory movements would have allowed ideas, tools, and techniques to spread more widely than previously thought. Artifacts, materials, and technologies found far from their original points of origin hint at early long-distance connections. For instance, certain metallurgical techniques, stoneworking methods, or botanical knowledge appear in regions that had no obvious direct contact, suggesting indirect transmission through intermediaries or a broader network of knowledge-sharing cultures. Initiatory schools, priestly classes, and secret societies may have acted as custodians of global knowledge. Knowledge of astronomy, medicine, mathematics, energy manipulation, and consciousness was often restricted to those trained to interpret it safely. These initiates may have traveled, exchanged ideas, or taught select disciples, creating a hidden web of wisdom that transcended geography. By encoding knowledge in architecture, ritual, and symbolic systems, these networks ensure that even if civilizations fell, the essence of their wisdom could survive and reappear elsewhere. The implications of a global knowledge network are staggering. It suggests that ancient civilizations were not isolated tribes struggling to survive, but rather participants in a sophisticated web of understanding, exchanging and preserving knowledge over millennia. It also reframes anomalies, out-of-place artifacts, and similar architectural or astronomical achievements as evidence of interconnected intelligence rather than coincidence. Such a network implies that humanity's historical trajectory may have been influenced by hidden channels of learning, wisdom, and technological exchange far earlier than mainstream history allows. Ultimately, the evidence for potential ancient knowledge networks challenges conventional historical narratives and encourages a broader perspective on human development. Civilizations across continents may have been linked by shared wisdom, encoded teachings, and initiatory transmissions that preserved advanced understanding of the cosmos, energy, consciousness, and technology. Recognizing the possibility of such networks allows us to reinterpret anomalies, similarities, and out-of-place artifacts not as isolated oddities, but as remnants of a global system of knowledge deliberately preserved and shared across space and time. This perspective opens the door to understanding history not as a linear progression of isolated achievements, but as a web of sophisticated, interconnected civilizations whose knowledge was far more advanced than we are often taught to believe. One of the most intriguing and controversial aspects of ancient civilizations is the evidence that suggests they may have deliberately erased or concealed certain knowledge from history. Across the globe, from Egypt and Mesopotamia to India, Mesoamerica, and Europe, there are signs that powerful civilizations, priestly orders, and ruling elites selectively preserve some wisdom while suppressing other aspects. This raises profound questions. Why would advanced knowledge be hidden? Who controlled it? And how much has humanity lost as a result? The deliberate erasure or concealment of knowledge appears to have been systematic, often encoded in myths, architecture, rituals, and texts to protect it from misuse or to maintain societal hierarchies. Examining these patterns offers a glimpse into a hidden history, one in which information about energy, technology, consciousness, and natural laws was carefully controlled and sometimes destroyed. In Egypt, the deliberate concealment of knowledge is particularly evident in the priestly control over sacred wisdom. Temples were not only places of worship, but also repositories of advanced learning, including astronomy, medicine, mathematics, and energetic principles. Access to this knowledge was tightly restricted, with initiatory practices ensuring that only trained individuals could decode the secrets. Certain texts, such as the Book of the Dead or the Pyramid texts, contain symbolic language that may encode instructions for energy work, consciousness exploration, or technical skills. However, much of this knowledge was obscured in hieroglyphs, allegory, and restricted access, leaving later generations only fragments and interpretations that were often misunderstood or lost. In India, ancient Vedic and Tantric texts were similarly coded to preserve advanced wisdom while protecting it from misuse. The most powerful techniques, whether related to consciousness, energy, or technology, were transmitted orally or through symbolic representation, ensuring that only those initiated could fully understand them. Sacred chants, geometric yantras, and ritual practices encoded complex principles in ways that preserved knowledge while concealing practical applications. Over time, political upheavals, invasions, and the dissolution of initiatory schools led to further loss or suppression of these teachings, leaving modern researchers with only partial glimpses of their depth. Mesoamerican civilizations also demonstrate deliberate concealment of advanced knowledge. Mayan and Aztec codices, pyramids, and ceremonial sites contain detailed astronomical, mathematical, and energetic information, yet much of it was destroyed during European conquest. The systematic burning of codices, desecration of temples, and suppression of ritual knowledge effectively erased centuries of accumulated wisdom. What survived was often fragmentary, symbolic, or hidden within myths and architecture, forcing modern researchers to reconstruct meaning from incomplete evidence. In Europe, megalithic sites and Druidic traditions suggest similar patterns. Stone circles, passage tombs, and sacred landscapes encode astronomical and energetic knowledge, but the specific methods of their construction and intended use were often kept secret or lost over time. Oral traditions, rituals, and symbolic storytelling acted as repositories of knowledge, yet much of it was suppressed, misinterpreted, or destroyed by subsequent civilizations seeking to impose their own religious or cultural dominance. This selective erasure reflects both the fragility of human knowledge and the intentional strategies employed to control information. The reasons for deliberately erasing knowledge are manifold. In some cases, it may have been to prevent dangerous technologies or practices from being misused by untrained individuals. In other cases, ruling elites or priestly classes may have sought to maintain power by controlling access to specialized knowledge. Catastrophes, wars, and invasions often accelerated this process, destroying libraries, temples, and codices, ensuring that only fragments survived. By encoding knowledge symbolically or restricting it to initiates, ancient civilizations could safeguard advanced understanding even as external forces threatened its survival. Interestingly, evidence of deliberately hidden knowledge is often encoded in plain sight. Architecture, monuments, megaliths, and sacred geometry often contain principles of energy manipulation, astronomy, or mathematics that can only be fully understood by those with proper knowledge. Artifacts, carvings, and texts often include dual meanings, an overt, symbolic layer accessible to the general population, and a hidden, technical layer decipherable only by trained initiates. This dual coding suggests that ancient civilizations were not only aware of the value of knowledge, but also of the risks inherent in its uncontrolled dissemination. The deliberate concealment of knowledge also contributes to the mystery surrounding anomalies, out-of-place artifacts, and advanced technologies. Many techniques that were once widespread may have been purposefully suppressed, destroyed, or forgotten over time. This selective erasure creates gaps in the historical record, making humanity appear less advanced than it truly was. The fragmented evidence we have today, pyramids, precision-cut stones, codices, symbolic art, and energy-aligned structures, serves as a faint trace of a once integrated body of wisdom, hidden intentionally and rediscovered only piecemeal by modern researchers. Ultimately, the systematic erasure of knowledge in the ancient world reveals that history is not simply a record of human progress, but also a story of selective preservation and suppression. Ancient civilizations understood that information, whether related to technology, energy, consciousness, or natural laws, carried power. By controlling access to this knowledge, they shaped societal hierarchies, protected the safety of humanity, and preserved wisdom for future generations. Understanding these deliberate concealments is key to unlocking hidden truths about our past, challenging the linear narratives of history and illuminating the sophisticated capabilities of civilizations that existed long before modern accounts suggest. Throughout history, humans have left behind mysteries that defy conventional explanations. Ancient monuments, artifacts, and texts are scattered across the globe, hinting at advanced knowledge that seems far beyond the capabilities of the civilizations we have been taught to believe existed. From precision-cut megaliths of South America to the massive pyramids of Egypt, from the enigmatic Antikythera mechanism of Greece to the complex stone carvings in India, there is a consistent pattern. Our ancestors were not as primitive as we've been led to think. These structures and artifacts reveal extraordinary understanding of mathematics, astronomy, energy, and engineering. Yet, despite these undeniable achievements, much of this knowledge has been lost, obscured, or deliberately erased. The question that arises is chilling. Why would advanced civilizations allow such wisdom to vanish, and who stood to gain from keeping humanity in the dark? The pattern of lost or hidden knowledge is global. In Egypt, the pyramids and temples were more than tombs or religious sites. They were repositories of wisdom. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for instance, is aligned with celestial bodies with remarkable precision, reflecting advanced astronomical understanding. The internal chambers, passageways, and hidden chambers suggest not only architectural genius, but also a profound knowledge of energy, resonance, and possibly consciousness manipulation. Hieroglyphs and symbolic texts within these sites further hint at practical knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and energy systems. However, much of this information was restricted to the priesthood and ruling elite, who encoded it in ways that only initiates could fully comprehend. Over centuries, political upheavals, invasions, and cultural shifts resulted in the partial destruction or concealment of this knowledge, leaving the rest to be deciphered through fragmentary evidence. In Mesoamerica, civilizations like the Maya, Aztec, and Inca also displayed remarkable knowledge and ingenuity. The Maya, for example, constructed observatories, pyramids, and ceremonial centers precisely aligned to celestial cycles. Their advanced calendars, capable of predicting eclipses and other astronomical events, demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of time and space. Yet, the arrival of European conquerors led to the systematic destruction of codices, texts, and temples. Knowledge that had been carefully preserved for generations was intentionally erased. The precision of sites such as Machu Picchu and Pumapunku, with their intricately cut stones and interlocking designs, suggests knowledge of engineering and materials science that was far more advanced than what was previously assumed possible. The destruction of this knowledge not only destabilized societies, but erased centuries of wisdom that could have advanced human understanding far earlier. In India, the erasure of knowledge was subtler, but equally profound. Ancient texts like the Vedas, Upanishads, and Tantras contain encoded instructions on medicine, astronomy, mathematics, energy systems, and consciousness practices. Much of this knowledge was transmitted orally to ensure that only the most dedicated and trained initiates could access it. Over time, invasions, colonialism, and internal societal changes led to the loss or suppression of many texts and teachings. While some knowledge survived in partially obscured or symbolic form, the full scope of India's ancient wisdom remains elusive. Researchers today continue to uncover fragments that suggest a civilization with knowledge of physiology, energy manipulation, and astronomy far ahead of its time. Even in Europe, knowledge was systematically hidden or destroyed. Druidic orders, sacred megalithic sites, and Celtic traditions contain encoded knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and energy alignment. With the rise of Christianity and the spread of new political powers, these traditions were systematically suppressed. Temples and ritual landscapes were destroyed or repurposed. Texts were burned, and oral traditions were erased. Ancient structures like Stonehenge and other passage tombs were left intact, but their original purpose obscured, leaving modern researchers to speculate about their intended use. The recurring theme across these civilizations is clear. Knowledge was carefully controlled, selectively transmitted, and often deliberately erased when it threatened existing power structures or was considered too dangerous for general use. The deliberate suppression of knowledge served multiple purposes. Political control was a primary motivator. Those who controlled information held power over society. Knowledge of energy systems, architecture, astronomy, or medicine could be transformative, capable of altering social hierarchies or destabilizing established orders. By restricting access, ruling elites and priesthoods ensured that wisdom was preserved and applied responsibly. In some cases, knowledge was hidden protected from external threats, such as invading armies, who might misuse it for conquest or destruction. The dual purpose of control, both protective and strategic, underscores the sophistication of ancient societies in managing the power of knowledge. Artifacts, monuments, and symbolic texts all provide evidence of deliberate concealment. The precise engineering of pyramids, megalithic sites, and temples demonstrates a level of mathematical, astronomical, and energetic understanding that seems impossible without specialized training. Symbols, encoded texts, and geometric patterns were used to protect knowledge, while ensuring that it could be recovered by future generations who possess the skills to interpret it correctly. Even today, researchers uncover clues that suggest complex systems of understanding. Energy manipulation, consciousness expansion, and advanced engineering were deliberately preserved but hidden from the general populace. These fragments point to a history far more sophisticated than conventional narrative allows. The suppression of knowledge also explains many of the anomalies that continue to puzzle modern scientists and archaeologists. Out-of-place artifacts, precise stone constructions, advanced astronomical calculations, and unexplained energy alignments are no longer mysteries if viewed as remnants of deliberately controlled wisdom, far from being accidental or coincidental. These anomalies may represent the surviving fragments of knowledge that was once widespread but selectively restricted. Understanding the context of deliberate suppression allows researchers to reinterpret these anomalies as evidence of an advanced global understanding of the universe, rather than isolated anomalies. The ethical dimension of knowledge suppression is equally significant. Ancient civilizations recognized the power and potential danger of information. Knowledge of energy, consciousness, and technology could transform societies in ways that were not always predictable or controllable. By restricting access, civilizations ensured that wisdom was applied responsibly and ethically. Initiates were trained not only in the technical applications of knowledge, but also in the moral and spiritual responsibilities that came with it. This demonstrates a remarkable understanding of the consequences of knowledge, a level of foresight and ethical sophistication often absent from modern historical narratives. The global recurrence of knowledge control patterns suggests a universal understanding across ancient civilizations. Wisdom is power, and power must be managed responsibly. From Egypt to India, South America to Europe, civilizations independently developed methods to preserve, encode, and selectively transmit knowledge. Temples, pyramids, codices, and ritual practices were all part of the system. Advanced understanding was concentrated in the hands of those capable of ethical application, while the majority of the population had access only to symbolic, ritualized, or partial information. This approach ensured that knowledge survived through generations, even if it remained largely hidden from the wider world. Even today, the legacy of lost and deliberately erased knowledge continues to challenge researchers. Precision-built monuments, encoded texts, astronomical alignments, and unexplained artifacts provide glimpses of ancient sophistication that modern humans struggle to replicate. Every discovery raises more questions than answers, prompting researchers to reconsider assumptions about human capability, the timeline of technological development, and the true extent of ancient wisdom. The fragment we uncover, stonework, text, and symbolic systems, are pieces of a puzzle that hint at a past in which humans mastered principles of energy, consciousness, and advanced technology. The deliberate suppression of knowledge also carries implications for humanity's potential today. If ancient civilizations possessed capabilities that were lost or hidden, then much of what humanity could achieve was delayed by centuries or millennia. Understanding and reconstructing these systems may provide insights into energy, architecture, consciousness, and technology that are still relevant. By studying the patterns of concealment, encoded wisdom, and selective preservation, modern researchers have the opportunity to reclaim knowledge that was once deliberately withheld, potentially unlocking new understandings of our world and ourselves. In conclusion, the deliberate control and erasure of knowledge is a testament to the intelligence, foresight, and ethical awareness of ancient civilizations. Across continents, from the pyramids of Egypt to the megalithic structures of Europe and South America, from the codices of the Maya to the texts of India, humans understood the power of knowledge and the responsibility required to wield it. Artifacts, ruins, texts, and symbolic systems are not mere relics. They are remnants of a carefully managed system of wisdom, deliberately hidden but never entirely lost. By studying these fragments, modern humanity can reconstruct hidden knowledge, appreciate the extraordinary intelligence of our ancestors, and uncover truths that challenge conventional narratives about the origins and capabilities of our species. The story of deliberately erased knowledge reminds us that history is not simply a record of events. It is a narrative shaped by those who controlled information, preserved wisdom, and understood the immense responsibility that knowledge carries. By rediscovering what was hidden, we gain not only insight into the past, but also potential to redefine the future, connected to a legacy of extraordinary human achievement and profound understanding. One of the most intriguing and often overlooked aspects of ancient history is the deliberate control of knowledge. Across civilizations, whether in Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, Mesoamerica, or Europe, there is compelling evidence that access to advanced wisdom was not freely granted. Knowledge of astronomy, architecture, metallurgy, energy, and consciousness was often restricted to select groups, typically ruling elites, priesthoods, or initiates of secretive orders. This control was not merely a cultural quirk. It was a systematic strategy with profound implications. Those who controlled knowledge wielded immense power, shaping society, maintaining hierarchy, and sometimes even influencing the course of human development. To understand the depth of this phenomenon, we must examine how knowledge was preserved, encoded, and restricted, and why its deliberate concealment has left us with a history that is fragmented, cryptic, and deeply mysterious. In ancient Egypt, the priesthood exemplified the deliberate control of knowledge. Temples were not only religious centers, but also the repositories of technical and esoteric wisdom. Astronomy, mathematics, medicine, energy manipulation, and even methods of consciousness exploration were meticulously preserved within temple walls, often written in hieroglyphs that could only be interpreted by trained initiates. The pyramids themselves are a testament to this. Their precise alignments, complex internal chambers, and materials suggest a sophisticated understanding of geometry, resonance, and energy. Ordinary citizens were rarely, if ever, privy to the techniques used in construction or the purpose behind specific architectural choices. The control of this knowledge allowed the priesthood not only to maintain spiritual authority, but to exert political power as well, shaping society by dictating who could access sacred wisdom. The Egyptian approach was systematic. Sacred texts like the Pyramid texts and the Book of the Dead were layered with symbolic meaning, serving dual purposes. To the uninitiated, they were religious or moral teachings. To the trained, they encoded practical knowledge about energy work, astronomy, and consciousness. Initiatory schools ensured that only those who had undergone rigorous training could interpret the text correctly, preventing the dissemination of potentially dangerous or misunderstood information. Some researchers even suggest that certain architectural alignments in temples and pyramids were designed to amplify consciousness or energy, but this knowledge was restricted to those within the priestly class. By controlling access, the Egyptians maintained a societal structure in which wisdom and power were concentrated, creating an elite that could guide, influence, and even manipulate the larger population. A similar system existed in India, where knowledge of the Vedas, Tantras, and Ayurvedic medicine was deliberately restricted. Ancient texts contained detailed instructions on medicine, mathematics, energy systems, consciousness, and technology, but much of this knowledge was transmitted orally or encoded symbolically. Only initiates, trained in both interpretation and practice, could fully access this wisdom. Schools and monasteries acted as custodians, protecting knowledge while ensuring it did not fall into the hands of those who might misuse it. This selective dissemination ensured that powerful techniques, whether related to healing, spiritual expansion, or energy manipulation, remained safeguarded. In many ways, India's ancient custodians understood the dangers inherent in knowledge, recognizing that widespread access without understanding could have destabilized society or caused harm. Mesoamerican civilizations, including the Maya, Aztec, and Inca, also exercised strict control over knowledge. Priests and scribes held detailed information about astronomy, calendars, ceremonial practices, and energy alignments within sacred sites. Knowledge of celestial cycles was critical for agriculture, ritual, and governance, so it was preserved for those trained to interpret it correctly. Rituals were designed to transmit wisdom gradually, often using symbolic representations that conceal deeper truths from the general population. When European conquerors arrived, this control was violently disrupted. Thousands of codices, temples, and ceremonial artifacts were destroyed, obliterating centuries of accumulated knowledge. What survived was fragmentary, encoded in ruins, myths, and scattered texts, challenging modern researchers to reconstruct the full scope of Mesoamerican understanding. In Mesopotamia, control of knowledge was similarly strategic. The Sumerians, Babylonians, and Assyrians developed highly advanced systems of mathematics, astronomy, engineering, and medicine. Cuneiform tablets, carefully preserved in libraries or temple archives, encoded wisdom in a form accessible only to trained scribes. Knowledge was concentrated in the hands of those who had both education and initiation, ensuring that ordinary citizens could not access potentially disruptive technological or spiritual insights. Political power and knowledge were deeply intertwined. Those who controlled the records shaped the economy, governance, and culture, reinforcing hierarchies while safeguarding information that could otherwise challenge established authority. Even in Europe, prior to the rise of Christianity, knowledge was highly controlled. Druidic orders, Celtic priesthoods, and other pre-Christian traditions preserved complex wisdom in sacred sites, rituals, and oral teachings. Astronomical alignments, geomantic constructions, and sacred landscapes encoded information about the cosmos, energy systems, and spiritual principles. Yet, access was restricted to those initiated into the order. The rise of new religious powers, particularly Christianity, led to the systematic suppression of this knowledge. Temples, manuscripts, and sacred sites were destroyed, altered, or reinterpreted to fit a new narrative. The deliberate loss of these traditions obscured much of Europe's ancient technological and spiritual sophistication, leaving modern historians to reconstruct meaning from fragmented evidence. Control of knowledge was not always purely political or religious. It was also preventative. Ancient civilizations understood the risks inherent in powerful information. Advanced knowledge of energy manipulation, consciousness, or technology could destabilize society if misused. Restricting access ensured that only those with training, understanding, and ethical guidance could apply these principles safely. It was a system of checks and balances long before modern governance, where wisdom itself was treated as a responsibility. In this context, secrecy was a form of protection for individuals, communities, and the civilization as a whole. Artifacts, architectural alignments, and encoded texts all reflect this selective control. Sacred geometry, astronomical precision, and symbolic carvings are consistent across continents, yet their practical applications were often deliberately hidden. These remnants suggest that ancient civilizations were not simply building for aesthetic or ritual purposes. They were preserving knowledge while simultaneously protecting it from misuse. The patterns we see today, from megalithic monuments to pyramids, are not random. They were carefully designed to encode information accessible only to those trained to decode it. This deliberate encoding ensured that advanced principles, whether in mechanics, energy, or consciousness, were not lost entirely, even if they were inaccessible to the broader population. The global recurrence of knowledge control points to a universal understanding. Wisdom is power, and power must be managed responsibly. Across continents, civilizations independently developed methods to restrict access, safeguard sacred information, and ensure the continuity of understanding across generations. This suggests a profound recognition of the consequences of uncontrolled dissemination, an awareness that knowledge without preparation can be dangerous. Ancient leaders and priesthoods may have acted with foresight, recognizing that by limiting access, they were protecting not only the knowledge itself but the very stability of civilization. The suppression of knowledge also explains many of the anomalies and mysteries we encounter in archaeology. Out-of-place artifacts, precision-cut stones, energy-aligned structures, and encoded texts may seem inexplicable when viewed through a lens of open access. However, if knowledge was deliberately restricted, these anomalies make sense. They are fragments of a larger, controlled system of wisdom. What we perceive as lost or mysterious is often a result of deliberate concealment rather than accident or ignorance. By understanding the mechanisms of control, we can reinterpret these anomalies as pieces of a deliberate strategy to preserve and protect knowledge. In addition, deliberate control had long-term consequences for humanity. While it protected civilizations from misuse of advanced techniques, it also created gaps in our collective understanding. Millennia of restricted knowledge, combined with the destruction of texts and monuments, left future generations with only fragments of wisdom. Modern science and archaeology are tasked with piecing together these fragments, often struggling to understand the full depth of principles that were once deliberately restricted. Yet even these fragments reveal a profound intelligence, foresight, and understanding that challenge conventional narratives of human progress. Control of knowledge also intersects with energy, consciousness, and technology. Ancient civilizations did not treat knowledge as neutral. They recognized that information could transform reality. Knowledge of vibration, resonance, energy amplification, or consciousness expansion was potentially transformative. By restricting access to select individuals, civilizations ensured that such knowledge was applied ethically, safely, and in alignment with societal and cosmic principles. Initiates were trained not only in technique, but also in responsibility, understanding that misuse could have catastrophic consequences. This combination of skill, wisdom, and ethical stewardship is a recurring pattern across cultures, demonstrating that control of knowledge was both practical and moral. Ultimately, the deliberate control of knowledge reveals a hidden dimension of human history. It was not merely a story of suppression or secrecy. It was a story of intelligence, foresight, and responsibility. Civilizations understood the transformative power of knowledge and structured society to ensure that wisdom was preserved, applied correctly, and transmitted safely. The artifacts, texts, and monuments that survive today are echoes of this carefully controlled system. They offer tantalizing glimpses into a world in which advanced knowledge of energy, consciousness, technology, and the cosmos was concentrated, preserved, and protected, waiting for future generations to uncover, decode, and understand. Recognizing this pattern changes how we interpret ancient history. It suggests that anomalies are not mistakes, that lost knowledge is not simply forgotten, and that hidden wisdom was never fully erased. It was carefully safeguarded. The fragmented record we inherit today is the result of intentional strategies employed by civilizations to preserve what mattered most: transformative knowledge. By studying these patterns, we begin to reconstruct the hidden architecture of ancient intelligence, realizing that the past was far more advanced, interconnected, and deliberate than mainstream history admits. In conclusion, the deliberate control of knowledge by ancient civilizations was a sophisticated system that combined protection, ethical responsibility, and the preservation of power. Across continents and millennia, ruling elites, priesthoods, and initiates ensured that advanced wisdom was not misused while leaving subtle clues for future generations. By understanding the mechanisms of control, modern researchers can begin to reconstruct lost knowledge, decipher hidden principles, and gain a deeper appreciation for the intelligence, foresight, and ethical sophistication of our ancestors. Far from being primitive, ancient civilizations were masters of the delicate balance between knowledge, power, and responsibility, an understanding that humanity is only beginning to rediscover. The deliberate erasure of knowledge in ancient civilizations is one of the most haunting and provocative mysteries in the study of human history. Across the globe, there is compelling evidence that societies with extraordinary knowledge, covering advanced engineering, astronomy, energy systems, consciousness, and technology, deliberately restricted, concealed, or destroyed this information. From the pyramids of Egypt to the megalithic sites of South America, from the codices of the Maya to the sacred texts of India, the remnants of lost wisdom are scattered, cryptic, and tantalizing. The question arises, why would civilizations capable of such remarkable achievements allow such knowledge to vanish, or actively erase it? Understanding these deliberate acts of suppression offers insight not only into the past, but also into the forces that shaped humanity's trajectory, leaving us with history that is fragmented, mysterious, and in many ways deliberately obscured. In Egypt, the deliberate erasure of knowledge was often intertwined with shifts in political power. The priesthood, which controlled sacred and technical knowledge, preserved only what they deemed safe for public understanding while restricting deeper insights to initiates. Temples, pyramids, and tombs encoded sophisticated knowledge in geometry, astronomy, and energy manipulation, yet ordinary citizens were largely unaware of the principles behind these structures. Some researchers believe that certain chambers and pyramids were deliberately sealed to protect knowledge of resonance, vibration, or consciousness-enhancing techniques. Over centuries, invasions, internal power struggles, and political upheavals contributed to the loss of texts, tools, and practical knowledge, leaving behind only fragments of what was once a coherent and highly advanced system. In South America, the Spanish conquest provides one of the most dramatic examples of knowledge erasure. The Maya, Aztec, and Inca civilizations possess advanced understanding of astronomy, mathematics, agriculture, and architecture. Sacred codices, ceremonial sites, and detailed records of astronomical calculations were deliberately destroyed by European invaders, often under guise of eradicating pagan practices. Temples were desecrated, texts burned, and oral traditions suppressed. The precision of structures such as Machu Picchu and Puma Punku, with their perfectly cut stones and interlocking designs, suggests knowledge that was carefully preserved but ultimately fragmented by external forces. What survived, myths, symbolic ruins, and fragmented codices, offers tantalizing clues but leaves modern researchers to reconstruct the full extent of lost wisdom from incomplete evidence. In India, the erasure of knowledge occurred over centuries of invasions, colonization, and internal conflict. Vedic, Tantric, and Ayurvedic texts contain highly advanced information about medicine, energy systems, mathematics, and consciousness. While these texts were often encoded in symbolic language or orally transmitted to initiates, political changes and foreign invasions led to the deliberate suppression or destruction of many works. The knowledge that survived was partially obscured, often requiring advanced interpretation to access its full meaning. Some scholars argue that texts on consciousness, energy manipulation, or technology were deliberately hidden to prevent misuse or to maintain societal control. The fragments that remain are remarkable in their sophistication, but hint at a depth of understanding far greater than what is commonly acknowledged. Even in Europe, deliberate erasure of knowledge occurred with the rise of new religious and political powers. Druidic traditions, Celtic knowledge, and megalithic wisdom were systematically suppressed as Christianity spread across the continent. Sacred sites, ritual landscapes, and oral traditions containing advanced astronomical, geometric, and energetic knowledge were destroyed, altered, or reinterpreted. Stone circles, passage tombs, and aligned monuments were recast as superstition or folklore, erasing centuries of accumulated understanding. The deliberate destruction of sacred texts and monuments effectively fragmented European prehistory, leaving modern scholars with only scattered remnants of a highly sophisticated cultural and technological system. The deliberate erasure of knowledge served multiple purposes. In some cases, it was political. Controlling information meant controlling power. In others, it was preventative. Certain knowledge was considered too dangerous for general access. Knowledge of energy, technology, or consciousness had the potential to disrupt social order, challenge authority, or even cause physical harm if applied incorrectly. By restricting access or destroying records, civilizations could maintain social stability while safeguarding wisdom. This dual purpose, protection and control, is a recurring pattern in ancient civilizations across continents. Artifacts, monuments, and symbolic texts serve as evidence of deliberate erasure. Megalithic structures, pyramids, and temples often contain hidden geometries, astronomical alignments, and energy-based principles that are incomprehensible without specialized knowledge. Precision-cut stones, energy-aligned chambers, and encoded symbols point to deliberate attempts to conceal knowledge while preserving it for those trained to understand it. Even today, researchers discover traces of advanced understanding that suggest entire systems of wisdom were intentionally hidden, leaving us with tantalizing fragments that hint at a lost human potential. The consequences of knowledge erasure are profound. By restricting and destroying knowledge, civilizations shaped humanity's understanding of its own past. Ancient wisdom, once accessible to a select few, was lost to the majority, creating a narrative of linear progress and primitive beginnings. Anomalies, out-of-place artifacts, and advanced technologies that cannot be explained by conventional timelines are often dismissed as coincidences or exaggerations. Yet, when viewed through the lens of deliberate erasure, these anomalies make sense. They are remnants of knowledge that was intentionally hidden, carefully controlled, or partially destroyed. Consider the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek device that demonstrates incredibly advanced understanding of astronomy and mechanical engineering. Its existence challenges assumptions about the technological capabilities of ancient civilizations and raises questions about what other knowledge may have existed but was lost. Across continents, From South America's precision-cut megaliths to India's intricate yantras and consciousness techniques, the recurring sophistication suggests that much of humanity's ancient knowledge was deliberately obscured, leaving only tantalizing clues for later generations to decipher. Control of knowledge often extended to practical, technical, and spiritual wisdom simultaneously. Ancient civilizations understood that certain technologies or practices could be transformative, capable of altering societies, economies, and even consciousness itself. By controlling access, elites and priesthoods ensured that knowledge was applied responsibly. Initiatory systems, secret schools, and encoded texts were methods of safeguarding information, ensuring that only those prepared to wield it could access its full potential. This demonstrates an extraordinary foresight. Ancient civilizations recognized the double-edged nature of knowledge, preserving its power while controlling its risks. Furthermore, deliberate erasure created gaps in human understanding that persist to this day. Knowledge of energy systems, consciousness techniques, advanced mathematics, and technology was lost in many regions, leaving future generations to rediscover or reinvent it. These gaps explain why so many ancient achievements, pyramids, megalithic constructions, complex astronomical calculations, appear suddenly and then disappear from the historical record. They are not anomalies, but consequences of deliberate concealment and selective preservation. The ethical implications of this erasure are significant. Ancient civilizations were not careless or primitive. They were deeply aware of the consequences of knowledge. By controlling access, they balanced preservation with responsibility. Yet, in doing so, they also ensured that humanity would struggle for millennia to understand the full extent of its potential. Modern researchers, confronted with fragments of these lost systems, are left to decode and reconstruct wisdom that was once deliberately hidden, creating a race against time to uncover what has been suppressed for centuries. Today, as archaeology, comparative studies, and interdisciplinary research advance, the echoes of deliberately erased knowledge become clearer. Patterns emerge in architecture, text, and ritual across continents. Energy alignments, astronomical precision, and symbolic encoding suggest a level of sophistication that challenges conventional timelines. Each discovery not only illuminates the past, but raises new questions about the forces that control knowledge and the reasons for its suppression. The more we uncover, the more we realize that humanity's history is far richer and more complex than mainstream narratives admit. Ultimately, the deliberate erasure of knowledge in ancient civilizations reveals a profound and unsettling truth. History has been shaped not only by what humans discovered, but by what powerful groups chose to conceal. Wisdom, technology, and consciousness practices were carefully preserved for the few, while lost to the many. Understanding this pattern allows modern researchers to reinterpret anomalies, reconstruct hidden systems, and appreciate the extraordinary foresight, intelligence, and ethical responsibility of our ancestors. Far from being primitive, ancient civilizations were masters of knowledge, power, and control, guardians of wisdom whose legacy challenges us to rethink the very foundation of human history. Recognizing the deliberate erasure of knowledge is more than an academic exercise. It is a call to action. The fragments that remain, the ruins, artifacts, texts, and myths, invite us to question assumptions, explore hidden patterns, and reclaim a lost understanding of human potential. By acknowledging the intentional suppression of knowledge, we gain insight into the sophistication of ancient civilizations and glimpse a world in which humans understood the universe, energy, and consciousness far better than we have been taught to believe. In conclusion, the deliberate erasure of knowledge is a testament to the intelligence, foresight, and caution of our ancestors. Across continents and millennia, civilizations preserved wisdom for those deemed capable while simultaneously shaping history through selective concealment. The anomalies, artifacts, and symbolic systems we encounter today are not mistakes. They are the remnants of a carefully controlled system of knowledge, deliberately hidden but never entirely lost. Understanding this dynamic allows us to reconstruct a hidden history, a history of remarkable achievement, deliberate preservation, and extraordinary potential waiting to be rediscovered. The story of humanity's past, as we have been taught, is incomplete. For millennia, civilizations rose, flourished, and vanished, leaving behind ruins, artifacts, and texts that hint at a level of sophistication far beyond what conventional history admits. From the precision-cut stones of Pumapunku in South America to the awe-inspiring pyramids of Giza in Egypt, from the Antikythera mechanism of Greece to the intricately encoded yantras and mandalas of India, the evidence points to one undeniable truth. Our ancestors possessed knowledge, skills, and understanding that modern science struggles to explain. Yet, much of this knowledge has been deliberately hidden, suppressed, or erased by those who recognize its power. As we piece together the fragments left behind, an extraordinary picture emerges. A picture of civilizations that were not primitive but advanced, that were not isolated but connected, and that were not ignorant, but deeply attuned to the cosmos, energy systems, consciousness, and natural laws. Throughout history, knowledge has been treated as both a gift and a threat. Powerful priesthoods, ruling elites, and secretive societies understood that wisdom could transform reality, influence societies, and challenge authority. Access to such knowledge was deliberately restricted. Temples, pyramids, and ceremonial sites often contained dual layers of information, a surface level accessible to the public, and a hidden layer preserved for initiates. These hidden layers encoded advanced mathematics, energy principles, astronomy, and consciousness techniques. The guardians of knowledge were meticulous in their stewardship, ensuring that only those properly trained could access the most potent secrets. This approach, repeated across continents and millennia, demonstrated universal recognition that knowledge, if misapplied, could be dangerous, but if properly safeguarded, could elevate humanity. Egypt provides a striking example. The pyramids, temples, and tombs were far more than architectural marvels or religious sites. They were repositories of cosmic knowledge, encoding principles of geometry, energy, and astronomy that modern engineers still struggle to replicate. The orientation of the Great Pyramid of Giza aligns precisely with the stars of Orion's belt, suggesting an understanding of celestial mechanics that goes beyond mere observation. Chambers within the pyramids may have been designed to amplify energy or consciousness, yet these secrets were tightly controlled by priesthoods. Ordinary citizens had access only to ritualized or symbolic interpretations, while the advanced knowledge remained restricted to the initiated. This deliberate stratification of knowledge ensured both societal stability and the protection of advanced techniques from misuse. In South America, the Maya, Aztec, and Inca civilizations demonstrate a similar pattern. Their astronomical observations, calendars, architecture, and ritual sites reveal a level of sophistication that continues to baffle researchers. The codices, ceremonial texts, and architectural alignments indicate knowledge that was once widely applied but later deliberately destroyed or concealed. The Spanish conquest led to the burning of countless codices, the desecration of temples, and the systematic suppression of oral traditions, effectively erasing centuries of accumulated wisdom. Yet, traces remain in ruins, in stonework aligned to solstices and equinoxes, in myths encoded with astronomical knowledge. The fragments suggest that South American civilizations preserved advanced knowledge in secret, safeguarding it even as their societies were systematically disrupted. In India, advanced knowledge was carefully encoded within the Vedic, Tantric, and Ayurvedic traditions. Medicine, energy, mathematics, architecture, and consciousness techniques were preserved through oral transmission, symbolic representation, and selective teaching. Only those properly initiated into tradition could decode the deepest levels of wisdom. Over time, invasions, regime changes, and colonial interference resulted in the suppression or loss of much of this knowledge. Yet the surviving texts, yantras, and ritual practices hint at an extraordinary understanding of human potential, energy systems, and the cosmos. The fact that such information was deliberately encoded demonstrates a sophisticated awareness of both the power and danger of knowledge. Even in Europe, knowledge was deliberately suppressed. Druidic traditions, megalithic constructions, and sacred landscapes contain encoded knowledge of astronomy, geometry, and energy alignment. The rise of Christianity and the systematic destruction of pagan sites and texts erased much of this wisdom. Temples, stone circles, and aligned monuments were reinterpreted or destroyed, leaving fragments of advanced understanding that modern researchers are only now beginning to decode. This pattern of deliberate concealment repeated across centuries highlights a universal truth. Ancient civilizations understood the transformative power of knowledge and recognized the responsibility of preserving it carefully. The implications of deliberate erasure are staggering. If advanced knowledge was intentionally suppressed, then the conventional timeline of human progress, gradual, linear, and evolutionary, is incomplete. Humanity may have achieved extraordinary technological, energetic, and spiritual capabilities long before modern history claims. Ancient texts, architectural marvels, and artifacts point to skills and understanding far beyond the assumed capabilities of primitive societies. The anomalies that continue to baffle modern researchers. Precision-cut stones, out-of-place artifacts, energy-aligned monuments, are no longer inexplicable. They are evidence of knowledge deliberately protected, hidden, and, in many cases, partially lost. Modern science, archaeology, and comparative studies are only beginning to uncover these hidden truths. Patterns emerge across continents, hinting at a shared understanding or lost networks of knowledge. Energy alignments, astronomical precision, symbolic language, and consciousness practices appear repeatedly in civilizations separated by oceans and millennia. These patterns suggest that advanced knowledge was not isolated but transmitted, preserved, and sometimes deliberately concealed to ensure proper stewardship. Understanding these connections reshapes our perception of human history, revealing that what we once thought of as isolated achievements may have been part of a global, sophisticated system of wisdom. Control of knowledge and its deliberate erasure also demonstrates an extraordinary ethical dimension. Ancient civilizations understood that information could be misused. Advanced energy systems, consciousness techniques, or technologies could destabilize societies if applied without guidance. By restricting access to initiates, priesthoods, and carefully trained individuals, civilizations ensured the responsible application of knowledge. Initiates were not only taught techniques, but also ethical and spiritual responsibility, highlighting a level of sophistication in human governance and understanding that is often overlooked in modern narratives. The erasure of knowledge has shaped humanity's understanding of its own potential. Generations grew up with gaps in history, leading to a perception of linear, gradual progress and primitive ancestors. Yet the anomalies, monuments, artifacts, and texts reveal a more complex reality, a history in which humanity repeatedly reached astonishing levels of understanding, only to have knowledge deliberately hidden, restricted, or lost. Reconstructing this history challenges assumptions, forcing us to confront a past that is far more advanced, interconnected, and mysterious than previously imagined. Consider the Antikythera mechanism, a Greek device capable of calculating celestial positions centuries before similar technology existed in Europe. Or the pyramids, precisely aligned to stars and incorporating principles of resonance and energy. Or the megalithic structures of South America, which demonstrate precise engineering far beyond the capabilities of known civilizations at the time. These examples are not isolated. They are part of a global pattern suggesting that advanced knowledge was not only widespread, but carefully preserved and sometimes deliberately erased. The deliberate suppression of knowledge also forces us to reconsider the purpose of myths, legends, and religious texts. Across civilizations, esoteric wisdom was encoded symbolically, often hidden in allegory, ritual, and architecture. This symbolic preservation allowed knowledge to survive while limiting access, ensuring that only those initiated into the system could decode its full meaning. Myths, far from being mere stories, may be repositories of technical, energetic, and cosmological knowledge, preserved for future generations capable of understanding and applying it responsibly. As we explore these mysteries today, the fragments of hidden knowledge challenge the conventional narratives of human history. Ruins, artifacts, texts, and myths act as breadcrumbs left by ancient civilizations, inviting us to rediscover what was deliberately concealed. Every discovery, whether a precision-aligned monument or symbolic text, reinforces the possibility that humans once possessed knowledge that could transform technology, energy, and consciousness far beyond our modern understanding. Ultimately, the deliberate erasure of knowledge highlights the intelligence, foresight, and ethical awareness of ancient civilizations. They understood that wisdom carries power, and that power must be managed responsibly. The fragment we uncover today, ancient texts, monuments, artifacts, and encoded symbols, offer glimpses into this lost world of advanced knowledge. They remind us that history is not merely a record of events, but a carefully managed system in which information was protected, concealed, and transmitted selectively. Recognizing this dynamic allows modern researchers to reinterpret anomalies, reconstruct hidden knowledge, and appreciate the extraordinary capabilities of our ancestors. The implications extend beyond history. They touch on the potential of humanity itself. If ancient civilizations mastered energy systems, consciousness, and technology, then the erasure of knowledge delayed our progress and understanding. The challenge for modern humanity is not simply to study the past, but to reconnect with the principles, wisdom, and systems that were deliberately hidden. By doing so, we may unlock new possibilities for technology, energy, and consciousness, capabilities that were once understood, applied, and safeguarded by those who came before us. In conclusion, the deliberate erasure of knowledge is a testament to the sophistication, foresight, and ethical responsibility of our ancestors. From Egypt to South America, India to Europe, civilizations understood the power of knowledge and structured society to ensure its careful preservation. Artifacts, ruins, and texts are not merely remnants. They are clues to a lost human potential waiting to be rediscovered. The fragments that remain challenge us to question assumptions, explore hidden patterns, and reconsider the trajectory of human history. Humanity's past is far stranger, deeper, and more astonishing than we've been told, and the journey to uncover its full story is only beginning. By embracing this perspective, we open ourselves to a new understanding of who we are, where we come from, and what humans are capable of achieving. The hidden wisdom of our ancestors is not lost forever. It is waiting for those bold enough to seek it, curious enough to question it, and patient enough to uncover its secrets. The mysteries of the past are not closed chapters. They are an invitation, a call to rediscover the extraordinary knowledge, power, and potential that humanity has always possessed.